Chapter 41:59. Everything was on the right track, and all that was left was to wait. It was time to return to the astral plane. As long as the hidden dangers of the astral plane were not resolved, he would not be able to feel at ease. Calculating the time, it had been about 15 years since he left the astral plane. Before he left, the astral plane was not very stable, and the laws of the world were severely damaged. Although he and the other great emperors had thought of some ways to delay the collapse of the astral plane, in the end, they were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. After such a long time, he did not know how the situation was in the astral plane. In any case, there was not much difference whether he was there or not in the construction of the void. He only needed Yu-He to stay behind and cooperate with Great Master Wuliang. And by the time he returned from the astral plane, the 9 heavens array here would have been set up, and it was about time. With a decision in mind, he immediately summoned Yu-He and quietly told her about this matter. Yu-He did not stop him and only said, "Young master, you can go if you want, but you have to bring Chen Tianfei or Lu Shui. With one of them protecting you, I will feel more at ease." In the end, Yang Kai was still in the Emperor realm. Traversing through the 3,000 worlds would definitely be dangerous. If he had a 4th rank splitter to protect him, it would save him a lot of trouble. Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's no need. The void is currently lacking manpower. Ah Fei and Lu Shui are both very important talents. With them around, the progress here will be faster. I'm only going to deal with some personal matters, so there's no need for them." Yu-He naturally did not agree. She immediately suggested that it was fine to not bring Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui, but to bring herself along. This was even more impossible. She still had to stay behind and cooperate with Great Master Wuliang to set up the array. Anyone could go, but she could not. The two argued for a long time, but Yu-He did not give in at all. She was not at ease with Yang Kai leaving alone, so Yang Kai could only nod in agreement. Yu-He decided to let Lu Shui follow Yang Kai. After all, she was a woman and was more meticulous. If she followed Yang Kai, it would be easier to take care of him. "Let Guozian come along too," Yu-He said. Yang Kai laughed. "He's a 2nd rank splitter, why would he follow me?" In any case, Lu Shui was at the 4th rank, so she could still be of some use in dangerous situations. Guozian's 2nd rank splitter seemed a little weak. Yu-He snorted and said, "Anyway, I don't care. If you bring Lu Shui, you have to bring Guozian." Yang Kai looked at her and suddenly reacted. He could only nod and say, "Okay, then the 2 of them." He sighed inwardly. The Void Realm was in dire need of people, and taking away 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators was something he should not have done. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could not dissuade Yu-He, so he could only agree. Before leaving, Yang Kai took out a colorful fruit and handed it to Yu-He. Yu-He received the fruit and her brows furrowed slightly. This is... She could sense an extremely rich world force from the fruit. World fruit. Yu-He's beautiful eyes widened instantly as she cried out involuntarily, "This is the world fruit." In any case, she was a 5th stage heaven splitter, so she had obviously heard of the world fruit. However, wasn't this kind of divine object supposed to only exist in legends? She had never imagined that one day she would actually see it with her own eyes and hold it in her hands. "This is a medium-rank world fruit. After I leave, find some time to refine it. It'll be of great benefit to you," Yang Kai instructed. He had a total of 16 world fruits, but only 3 of them were medium rank. A medium-rank world fruit was undoubtedly most suitable for a 5th stage heaven splitter. After consuming it and refining its medicinal effects, one could directly advance to the 6th stage. A 4th stage and 3rd stage heaven splitter could also be consumed, but the benefits would be much smaller. As for a 6th stage heaven splitter, even consuming it would have no effect. "This is something you obtained from the land of ancients?" Yu-He asked in surprise. She was well aware of what Yang Kai had obtained in the Great Void Realm, but she had never heard of Yang Kai obtaining a world fruit. The only possibility was that he had obtained it from the land of ancients. Yang Kai nodded. "Young master, this thing is too precious. I can't accept it." Yu-He pushed the world fruit back. Yang Kai said, "If I tell you to use it, then just use it. I have plenty of these things on hand. Liar. Yuhi curled her lips. Although I've never seen a world fruit before, I know that everyone only has one chance to obtain a world fruit from the world fruit tree. Why are there so many? As she spoke, Yuhi stared at Yang Kai's palm in surprise. There were several more world fruits there. Yang Kai chuckled. Do you believe me now? Your cultivation will also be helpful to the land of void. Unfortunately, most of the world fruits I have are low rank and not very valuable. If they were all medium rank, I would be able to produce a batch of medium rank heaven splitters. Yuhi asked curiously, how can low rank world fruits be worthless? Yang Kai said, low rank heaven splitters can only help a cultivator advance to the third stage heaven splitters. How valuable is that? Yuhi laughed. Young master, you're wrong to think that way. Low-rank world fruits can indeed only help a cultivator advance to the third stage heaven splitters, but they can increase his growth limit. This kind of good thing can't be bought with money. What do you mean? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yuhi raised the medium-rank world fruit in her hand and said, take me as an example. I've reached the 5th stage heaven splitters, so my limit will be the 7th stage. If I take too many heaven splitters, they won't have any effect on me. However, if I take this world fruit, I can advance to the 6th stage, and my limit will be the 8th stage. You can calculate it like that. Yang Kai was surprised. Low-rank world fruits can help a low-rank heaven splitters advance by a single stage. That alone isn't very valuable, but increasing the limit by a single stage is something that many people dream of. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. It turned out that he had underestimated the value of low-rank world fruits all this time. He had thought that the dozen or so fruits in his hand were of little value. But now, it seemed that those dozen or so fruits were also treasures. This made him overjoyed. He felt like he had just picked up a large sum of money. Clutching the world fruit in her hand, Yuhi pursed her lips and said, I'll accept this fruit. Thank you, young master. She hadn't known that Yang Kai had even more world fruits, so she couldn't bear to take such a precious thing. Now that she knew, she didn't refuse. Just as Yang Kai had said, her advancement to the 6th stage would bring great benefits to the entire void. She herself had been accumulating heaven splitters for hundreds of years. Once she advanced to the 6th stage, this accumulation would settle down again. At that time, she wouldn't be far from reaching the 7th stage. The 7th stage was a high-rank heaven splitters. After arranging everything, Yang Kai called Lu Shui and Guoxian over and soared into the sky. Outside the void, Lu Shui took out a pinwheel-shaped artifact. The three of them walked into it. Under Lu Shui's control, the pinwheel-shaped artifact turned into a streak of light and swept through the void. The 3,000 realms were vast. Large territory after territory bordered each other. Yang Kai actually didn't know where the star boundary was. He had bought a universe map in the star market and had been studying the location of the star boundary since then. Although he couldn't be sure, there were 3 possible places. He could only search one place at a time. Yang Kai secretly prayed that one of the 3 places was correct. If all 3 were wrong, then he really didn't know what to do. Calculating the distance, the star boundary shouldn't be too far from the void. Not long after he and Zhong Ruoshi came out of the star boundary, they encountered a 1,000-jointed insect. After being swallowed by the 1,000-jointed insect, the 2 of them separated. Yang Kai fell into a large territory, and it was there that he was lured into entering the Chiqiao land by Fire Spirit Land's venerable Duan Hai. He led the way in the pinwheel-shaped artifact while Lu Shui sped along. Passing through one large territory after another, they encountered some dangers along the way. They were chased and intercepted by some star beasts. The 3 of them avoided them if they could, but if they couldn't, they could only fight. After 2 to 3 months, the 3 of them entered a large territory. Lu Shui's voice came, Master, we've arrived. This large territory was the first destination of Yang Kai's trip. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the pinwheel-shaped artifact and looked around expectantly. He didn't find anything. He wasn't discouraged. After all, a large territory was too vast. The star boundary might be hidden in some corner of this large territory, so it was normal that he couldn't find it. Moreover, He came from the star boundary and was recognized by the star boundary as one of the great emperors of the void. If the star boundary was really in this large territory, as long as the distance between them wasn't too far, they should be able to sense each other. Ordering Lu Shui to continue searching in this large territory, Yang Kai kept perceiving his surroundings. After a month, Yang Kai sighed, "Let's go to the next place." The star boundary wasn't in this large territory. In this 1 month, he had practically run all over this large territory, but he didn't find anything. Lu Shui nodded and followed Yang Kai's directions to the next destination. Time passed by quickly. More than 10 days later, somewhere in the void, the dust of a great battle fell to the ground. Lu Shui panted, her chest rising and falling. There was a huge wound on Guoxian's waist that almost cut him in half. Although Yang Kai looked unharmed, his face was pale. He coughed lightly, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Wandering in the void, they would encounter all kinds of dangers from time to time. This time, the 3 of them were really unlucky. They encountered a group of more than 10 star flame foals. For some reason, this group of star beasts chased after the 3 of them. They couldn't get rid of them at all. Helpless, the 3 of them could only fight a battle. The group of star beasts was exterminated, and the 3 of them were injured to varying degrees. Even Lu Shui's pinwheel-shaped artifact was damaged. But they didn't succeed. Yang Kai was filled with resentment. "Master, we need to make a trip to the Heavenly Palace to recuperate," Lu Shui said as she flicked the blood off her icy water sword. Yang Kai nodded, "Then let's go." In their current state, it wasn't suitable for the 3 of them to continue forward. If they encountered any danger, they wouldn't have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, there was a heavenly palace in this large territory, so they could make a trip there to recuperate. Of course, the most important thing was to repair Lu Shui's artifact. Without it, the 3 of them would have to expend too much energy traveling through the void. Chapter 4160. Yang Kai had never been to the Heavenly Temple in this large territory before, but Lu Shui had been here before. According to her, before she joined Crimson Star, she had once roamed the world with her sword. She had lived a wandering life for more than 100 years. In that 100 years, she had traveled to many large regions and left her mark in many heavenly temples. This made things much more convenient. Yang Kai and Guoxian entered the 6 Unity Wish pouch while Lu Shui used the Heaven and Earth Escape technique to arrive at the Heavenly Temple in a flash. The Heavenly Temple was different from the Star Market. The latter was mainly used to facilitate cultivator trade and communication, while the former had a very strong strategic value. This was also why the Heavenly Temple was firmly controlled by the various Blessed and Heavenly Temples. However, the Heavenly Temple also had some Star Market functions. A traveling cultivator could rest here and replenish their needs, but the price was generally higher. Moreover, the variety of goods here was not as complete, far inferior to the various star markets. Arriving at the Heavenly Temple, Lu Shui let Yang Kai and Guoxian out. The 3 of them immediately found an inn and settled down, preparing to rest for a few days before continuing on their journey. At the same time, in a certain shop in the Heavenly Temple, a thin middle-aged man with a gloomy face was bargaining with the shop owner. The 2 seemed to be familiar with each other and should have made several transactions before, so even though he was bargaining, he did not show the slightest trace of anger. Instead, he was neither too fast nor too slow. The shop owner was certain that the middle-aged man in front of him was in urgent need of his goods and was not afraid that he would lower the price, so he dealt with him calmly. Suddenly, the middle-aged man seemed to sense something and let out a soft cry of surprise before turning his head in a certain direction. The shop owner glanced at him and chuckled, "Hey, it's not that this one wants to make a profit from you, but the cost price of these things is right here. If I follow your price, I will suffer a loss. You and I have known each other for over 100 years, when have you ever seen me outbid you in terms of price? I really haven't made much from our transactions." The middle-aged man called Hey. He had a strange look in his eyes. He turned his head and nodded. "Let's do it according to your price." The shopkeeper was stunned. He didn't think that Black River would agree so readily. After all, the value of the goods this time wasn't cheap, and there was still room for negotiation. He was prepared to have a proper confrontation with Black River, But who would have thought that Black River would agree before he even used his full strength? However, this was also what he had hoped for. He immediately smiled and said, "Brother Black River, you're a straightforward person. Wait a moment, I'll bring it over." As he spoke, he got up and walked towards the storeroom. Not long after, young Kai returned with a space ring. Both sides checked it, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, the transaction was complete. He did not linger and directly left the shop. He turned left and right in the Universal Palace and soon arrived in front of an inn. He raised his head and looked at it for a moment before slowly walking in. Inside the inn, young Kai's trio booked a room, but before they could settle in, Lu Shui hurriedly left. She had to find someone to help repair her wind chariot artifact. After all, she still had to rely on this artifact to travel between the various large territories. If she lost it, the consumption would be too great. Kai Yang and Guozian remained in the room to meditate and adjust their breathing. A few days later, everyone's injuries had almost completely healed. Lu Shui's artifact was also being repaired, but it would take at least half a month to get it back. Although young Kai was anxious to return to the star boundary, it was useless to be anxious in this situation, so he simply calmed down and waited. Since he had come to this Universal Palace, young Kai naturally wanted to leave his brand behind. Immediately, young Kai led Guozian and Lu Shui out of the inn and towards the central spirit array. If a cultivator wanted to leave their brand behind in the Universal Palace, they would have to spend 10,000 heaven opening pills. This price was universal across the 3,000 worlds, neither more nor less. Although 10,000 heaven opening pills was not a small amount, it could save lives in certain situations. Therefore, as long as a cultivator had some financial resources, they would not be stingy in this regard. However, it was impossible for every cultivator to leave their brand behind in only one Universal Palace. Every Universal Palace would cost 10,000 heaven opening pills, so the cost was not small. Young Kai had spent at least 1,000,000 heaven opening pills on the Universal Palace so far. In other words, he had left his brand behind in at least 100 different Universal Palaces. In fact, he was still very interested in the Universal Palace. After all, it involved the space principles and could allow him to teleport over long distances. Although he could also teleport, the distance he could cover was far inferior to the universe escape technique. In any large territory, as long as there was a Universal Palace, the universe escape technique could respond to it from a distance. This was something his teleportation could not compare to, and even the space spirit bead was inferior. The space spirit bead's sensing range was also limited. Young Kai had a premonition that if he could comprehend the mysteries of the Universal Palace, then his attainments in the space principles would definitely rise by a large margin. However, there were pros and cons. Although the universe escape technique was very mysterious and could be cultivated by anyone, it required some time to use. Young Kai had seen a 7th stage heaven opening cultivator use the universe escape technique with his own eyes. It was the boss behind the first inn. Even someone as strong as this person needed to spend several breaths of time to use it successfully. And in a life or death crisis, who would give you so much time to escape? Time was one thing, and pressure was another. The further one was from the Universal Palace, the greater the pressure one would feel when using the universe escape technique. If one exceeded one's limit, even if they succeeded in using it, there was a possibility that they would suddenly die during the teleportation process. This was not unprecedented. Many cultivators had no choice but to use the universe escape technique in times of crisis. Although they escaped the calamity in front of them, they would be teleported to the Universal Palace as a tattered corpse. However, even though there were all sorts of drawbacks, the cosmic escape technique was still popularized in the entire Trichilia Chasm. It was a secret technique that many cultivators placed high hopes on to travel and escape. After spending 20,000 heaven opening pills, Young Kai and Guozian left their own brand in the Universal Palace in turn. After leaving the Universal Palace, they were not in a hurry to return to the inn. Since they had nothing to do, Young Kai led the two of them around. It was not the first time Young Kai had come to the Universal Palace, but it was the first time he had come to this place. Unlike the Star Market, there were not many shops here, and the goods were not complete. Moreover, The prices were generally high. Passing by a jewelry store, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he walked in. Returning to the star boundary this time, he could not return empty-handed. Forget about the others, he had to bring back some gifts for his wives and parents. After a little calculation, Yang Kai saw Su Yang, Xia Ningchang, Shanqing Luo, Shuiyu, Yu Meng, his parents, and his little sister Yang Shui. There were quite a few people, and there was also Ji Yarrow. In addition, there was also Mo Xiaoqi, Lin Yun and the others. Naturally, the jewelry store did not sell simple pieces of jewelry. Each piece of jewelry was an artifact with a wide variety of functions. Although the price was a little higher, Yang Kai did not lack heaven opening pills, so he did not care too much. The 9 heavens spirit array cost a lot, and he was willing to pay for it, so what was a trivial artifact worth? A young girl dressed as a maidservant walked over with a sweet smile on her face and a faint fragrance wafting from her body, giving one a good impression of her. The young girl's cultivation was not high, only in the Emperor realm, but having been here all year round, she could see that Yang Kai was extraordinary at a glance, so her attitude was naturally cordial. Yang Kai walked in front of the counter and looked around while the young girl softly introduced one item after another in great detail. Soon, Yang Kai took a fancy to a phoenix hairpin, and Su Yang's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. This phoenix hairpin was luxurious and should suit her temperament perfectly, and it also happened to be a defensive artifact. Su Yang and the others' cultivations were not high enough, so even if they had offensive artifacts, they could not display too much power, but defensive artifacts could sometimes protect them. Yang Kai planned to buy a defensive artifact for each of them. Reaching out to grab the phoenix hairpin, Yang Kai did not expect that a big hand would reach out from the side and grab the phoenix hairpin first. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a thin middle-aged man with a gloomy face looking at him. As their eyes met, the man smiled at Yang Kai and nodded. "Has little brother also taken a fancy to this thing?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Indeed." The middle-aged man said, "What a coincidence. This king has also taken a fancy to this thing. Would little brother be willing to part with it? It's in your hands, you got it first, so it's yours." "There's no need to part with it," Yang Kai said indifferently. "Many thanks," the middle-aged man laughed. "Little brother is a forthright person. How should I address you? We've just met by chance, why bother asking?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and motioned to the maidservant to continue leading the way. The maidservant seemed to be annoyed that this inexplicable middle-aged man had ruined Yang Kai's shopping mood, so she became even more attentive to serving him. Soon, Yang Kai bought a lot of jewelry, causing the smile on the maidservant's face to become even brighter. After paying the bill, Yang Kai put everything into his space ring and led Lu Shui and Guozian out of the shop, only to see a man in front of him smiling at him. It was the man who had snatched the phoenix hairpin from him. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is this so waiting for me?" The middle-aged man nodded, "Indeed." "What is the matter?" Yang Kai asked curiously. The man said, "This king feels very apologetic for snatching one of your jewelry, so I would like to set up a banquet to apologize to little brother. I wonder if little brother would accept." Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. "Sir is too serious. That phoenix hairpin was obtained by you first, so it's naturally yours. As for the banquet, there's no need, I have other important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Saying so, he cupped his fists and led Lu Shui and Guozian away. Seeing Yang Kai refuse, the middle-aged man didn't insist and simply watched him leave with a smile. A moment later, Yang Kai returned to the inn and entered his room. Lu Shui said, "Master, I'm afraid that man doesn't have good intentions." Guozian nodded, "I feel the same way. This man's face is filled with malice. It's said that one's appearance is born from one's heart, so I'm afraid he's not a good person." Yang Kai asked, "Do you know that man?" Both of them shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen him before. Chapter 4161. The universe was vast and boundless, and there were countless cultivators. Lu Shui had traveled extensively for many years, and although she was quite knowledgeable, how could she recognize someone she had never met before? Guozian was even more so. He was only a second-stage heaven splitter, so his knowledge was limited. But master, that person is at least a 5th-stage heaven splitter, Lu Shui said. Although the middle-aged man did not release any aura, making it impossible to accurately judge his cultivation, Lu Shui still felt some pressure in front of him. Lu Shui herself was a 4th-stage heaven splitter, so someone who could make her feel pressure was at least a 5th-stage heaven splitter. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. With Lu Shui and Guoxian's strength, it was impossible to contend with a 5th-stage heaven splitter. If this person really wanted to harm them, it would be quite troublesome. And this was only the most conservative estimate. If this person was a 6th-stage heaven splitter, it would be even more troublesome. Although the chances aren't high, we can't not guard against this. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before quietly sending a message to Lu Shui and Guoxian. The two immediately nodded and left. Half a month later, Lu Shui retrieved her windmill artifact, but she was not in a hurry to set off. After another 2 months, the three of them left the inn and set off. A few days later, a huge territory gate appeared in front of them, and the windmill rushed in and soon disappeared. Less than an hour after Yang Kai's group of 3 entered the territory gate, a stream of light suddenly flew over from the distance and landed in front of the territory gate. This person was the middle-aged man with a gloomy expression that Yang Kai had occasionally seen in the Universal Temple. Staring at the territory gate, the middle-aged man muttered to himself, "Did you go in? Temph, you won't be able to escape from this king's palm." Saying so, he plunged into the territory gate, his world force fluctuating and turning into a powerful barrier to resist the pressure of the territory gate. Passing through the territory gate was risky. Generally speaking, only those who had reached the mid-grade of Split the Heavens could pass through it with their physical body without the help of any external objects. Below the mid-grade of Split the Heavens, if one didn't use any secret treasures or secret arts, it was very likely that they would be crushed to death. The pressure in the territory gate was terrifying. However, even though the middle-aged man had a 5th-stage heaven splitter cultivation base, when passing through the territory gate, his soul was shaken and he felt slightly dizzy. He had experienced this kind of situation countless times, so he didn't panic. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he didn't use any artifacts. Soon, the middle-aged man's vision blurred and he knew he had arrived at another large territory. However, before he could stabilize himself, a sword light suddenly slashed at him from the side. The middle-aged man turned pale with fright. In a split second, he realized that he had been ambushed, and the person who had attacked him was not inferior to him in terms of cultivation. Who would ambush him here? The middle-aged man didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly retreated, but the sword light was like a maggot that stuck to his bones. Normally, with his background, it wouldn't be a problem for him to resist such an attack. After all, his strength wasn't weak, but the moment he passed through the territory gate, his soul and Dao seal were both shaken, reducing his strength by at least 30%. The sword light directly tore through the protective barrier around his body and slashed at him. His clothes were torn and blood splashed as a foot-long wound immediately appeared on the middle-aged man's chest. His flesh was torn and his bones were exposed. There was still a lingering fear in his heart. If he hadn't reacted quickly and taken the opportunity to retreat and delay for a while, allowing him to display a defensive secret technique, this sword light would have taken half his life. Even so, at this moment, he was feeling extremely uncomfortable. The wound was filled with sword intent, and he had to divert his attention to suppress it to prevent it from worsening. At this moment, another figure appeared from the side, holding a giant shield covered in dragon patterns, and slammed into the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was caught off guard and was knocked back, a tremendous force sweeping across his body, causing him to tumble and spit out a mouthful of blood. The sword light flashed again, turning into a rain of swords that covered the sky and covered him, each one threatening to take his life. However, after a while, the middle-aged man somewhat recovered and with a roar, he raised his hand and summoned a shovel-like artifact. Urging his world force, he shoveled left and right, shattering the sword light. In the end, he was still a veteran 5th-order heaven splitter. Although he had suffered a big loss from this sneak attack, after stabilizing his footing, he immediately displayed his powerful background. The other person holding the giant shield covered in dragon patterns attacked again, raising his shield high and smashing it down fiercely. The middle-aged man flew into a rage, A trivial third-order dares act presumptuously in front of this king. Although he didn't see who had attacked him, at this moment, under his divine sense, he could perceive that he was fighting a fifth-order and a third-order heaven-splitter. The fifth-order heaven-splitter had the same cultivation as him, causing him to be wary, but this third-order heaven-splitter also dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers, causing him to be furious. He raised his hand and clenched it in the air. A long whip-like artifact appeared in his hand. The sound of a river surging could be heard from the whip. The power of water was abundant. This artifact was refined from a large river. The Black River whip lashed through the air and smashed into the giant shield. The giant shield groaned as it couldn't bear the weight. Cracks immediately appeared on its surface, and the owner of the giant shield was sent flying like a ragged sack. His body kept tumbling in the void as blood flowed out of his mouth. A third-order heaven-splitter against a fifth-order heaven-splitter was just too difficult. If it weren't for the giant shield itself being a good defensive artifact, this blow would have killed him on the spot. At this moment, although he wasn't in any danger of losing his life, under the enemy's attack, his Dao seal was constantly vibrating and he had temporarily lost the ability to fight. However, his sacrifice was not in vain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the shattered sword light once again bloomed with a strange brilliance, leaving behind a series of sword scars on the middle-aged man's body. Blood splashed out as the middle-aged man panicked. One wrong step had led to many wrong steps. He had been sneak attacked while crossing through territory, causing him to completely lose the initiative and fall into a disadvantageous position. Who was it that had actually ambushed him here? Fresh blood flowed down from his forehead, blurring his vision. The middle-aged man looked around and soon saw a figure standing not far away, quietly watching. His eyes couldn't help shrinking as he cried out, "It's you." This person was actually Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood there calmly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he revealed a sarcastic smile. "Black River, this king has been waiting for you for a long time." The middle-aged man saw Yang Kai call out his name and was even more shocked and angered. "How do you know this king's origins?" Yang Kai sneered, "It's not like you don't know anyone in World Temple. It's not like they don't know you." After returning from the jewelry store that day, Yang Kai had asked Lu Shui and Guizian to inquire about him. Both of them were experienced cultivators, so it was not difficult for them to obtain some information without batting an eyelid. The truth they obtained stunned Yang Kai. The guy who wanted to set up a banquet and apologize was actually Heavenly Monarch Black River. Yang Kai had never seen or heard of Heavenly Monarch Black River before, but the name Black River made him vigilant. If he was not mistaken, there might be some grievances between him and Heavenly Monarch Black River, and the source of this grievance was Fang Tai, whom he met in the Seven Openings Earth Fire Spirit Land. Fang Tai was a servant in the Fire Spirit Land and had been lured in by Duan Hai together with Yang Kai. This guy claimed to be from Black River boundary and had a token left to him by his ancestors. He had escaped the shackles of World Temple and came to the 3,000 worlds, so he naturally wanted to rely on the token to find his family's elders and obtain their protection. However, he had coincidentally entered the Seven Openings Earth and was trapped inside, unable to escape. Duan Hai had obviously heard of Heavenly Monarch Black River's name. He had lured a descendant of the Heavenly Monarch to become a servant. If news of this spread, Heavenly Monarch Black River would definitely not let him go. In order to avoid future troubles, he planned to let Fang Tai escape from the Seven Openings Earth and then ordered Yang Kai to chase after him. Yang Kai still remembered that there were 2 lower-rank Heaven Splitters accompanying him at that time. They found traces of Fang Tai in a Chenkuan world, and Yang Kai fought him one-on-one, killing him with his spear. It was also at that time that Yang Kai encountered Shu Huang, which led to the chaos in the Seven Openings Earth. Shu Huang was a 5th-rank Heaven Splitter. When Yang Kai killed Fang Tai, he was hiding at the side and saw everything clearly. He sensed some inside information and told Yang Kai that there was a restriction in Fang Tai's body. Whoever killed him would leave behind a hidden brand. Unless Yang Kai advanced to Heaven Splitter, this brand could not be removed. The biggest use of this brand was to identify the murderer. If he encountered the owner of this brand in the future, he would be immediately detected. All this time, Yang Kai had not taken this matter to heart. After all, the universe was so big. How could he coincidentally encounter the owner of this brand? But who would have thought that things would be so coincidental? When Yang Kai learned of Heavenly Monarch Black River's name, he immediately reacted. Fang Tai came from the Black River realm, and that guy was Heavenly Monarch Black River. Perhaps he was the one who planted the brand on Fang Tai. If that was really the case, then the matter of him killing Fang Tai would be exposed. This Heavenly Monarch Black River seemed to have chosen the same piece of jewelry as him in the jewelry store. He was definitely approaching him on purpose to test him. Since he was aware of this, how could Kai Yang not be on guard? Originally, he planned to leave the Universal Temple in half a month and continue on his journey. However, he forcibly stayed in the Universal Temple for 2 more months to make preparations. The results of his preparations were very obvious. After an ambush, Heavenly Monarch Black River could not raise his head. Unlike Yang Kai's calmness, Heavenly Monarch Black River was both shocked and angry. He was angry that he had been plotted against unknowingly despite his shrewdness. He was shocked because the auras of the 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators beside this little brat were different from what he had sensed before. When he first saw these 3 people, Heavenly Monarch Black River secretly checked the cultivation of the 2 people beside Yang Kai. The woman was definitely at the 4th stage Heaven Splitter, and the man was only at the 2nd stage Heaven Splitter. As for Yang Kai himself, he was a mere Emperor Venerable. He did not take him seriously at all. However, after this fight, he realized that he was very wrong. The man was not at the 2nd stage, but at the 3rd stage. Not only that, the key point was that the woman holding the sword was actually a rank 5. Chapter 4162. Heavenly Monarch Black River was only at the 5th rank, while that woman's cultivation was no different from his. Furthermore, he was ambushed, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. This junior was so cunning that she actually had her subordinates conceal their auras and trap him. Heavenly Monarch Black River was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He had thought that Lu Shui and Guozian had used some sort of secret technique to restrain their auras, but things weren't as he had imagined. 2 months ago, Lu Shui had truly been a 4th stage heaven opening cultivator, and Guozian had truly been a 2nd stage heaven opening cultivator. The reason for such obvious changes in such a short period of time was all because of the world fruit. Lu Shui and Guozian's intelligence on Heavenly Monarch Black River gave Yang Kai a headache. Although the difference between the 5th rank and the 4th rank was only 1 rank, the difference in true battle prowess was like heaven and earth. Lu Shui was completely unable to fight against Heavenly Monarch Black River. Yang Kai could not hide in the Universal Palace forever. If he wanted to solve this problem, he had to let Lu Shui increase her own grade. However, advancing to the heaven-opening realm was extremely difficult. It usually required a long period of accumulation and consolidation. How could Yang Kai afford to wait? Fortunately, he had the world fruit. Of the 3 mid-rank world fruits, he had given 1 to Yuhi before leaving, so he still had 2 left. This was a matter of life and death, so Yang Kai could not care less. He immediately took out another one and gave it to Lu Shui to refine. Guozian also obtained a low-rank world fruit. The 2 months spent in the Universal Palace was the time that Lu Shui and Guozian spent refining the world fruit. The world fruit was indeed a legendary existence. With the help of this divine object, the 2 of them advanced, resulting in the current situation. However, although Lu Shui had advanced to the 5th rank, she was definitely not Black River's match in a one-on-one battle. After all, Lu Shui had just advanced, so her foundation was not stable. She still needed a long time to consolidate her strength before she could truly unleash her full strength. On the other hand, Black River was a veteran 5th rank. Whether it was the foundation of the little universe in his body or the world force in his body, he was not something Lu Shui, a newcomer, could compare to. There was a clear difference in strength between heaven-opening realm cultivators of the same rank. However, Lu Shui still had the ability to fight with him. The effect of the ambush was immediate. In the void, the battle continued. Lu Shui's long sword danced in an airtight manner, doing her best to maintain the advantage she had obtained with great difficulty, not daring to slack off in the slightest. As for Guozian, he immediately turned back after being sent flying. In a battle between two fifth-stage heavenly splitters, his role as a newly ascended third-stage heavenly splitter was limited. However, he could still divert Black River's attention a little, and the price he had to pay was suffering heavy injuries again and again. In the end, Black River's foundation was stronger. After fighting for a long time, he slowly stabilized his footing and soon found a turning point. His fight with Lu Shui made him realize that his opponent was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This fifth-stage heaven-opening woman's true strength was somewhat lacking compared to his own. If he fought with his life on the line, she would definitely not be his opponent. However, Black River pretended not to notice. He roared furiously as he retreated in defeat. He looked like he was no match for Black River. Lu Shui became more and more unforgiving. The power of a fifth-stage heavenly splitter made her infatuated. Her many years of pursuit had come true, and she increasingly felt that her choice to stay in the void was right. Otherwise, it would take her at least a few decades to ascend to the fifth stage on her own. But now, a world fruit had made her dream come true. The benefits brought by the world fruit were not as simple as ascending to the first stage. The greatest benefit was that it allowed her limits to increase. In the past, her limit was the sixth stage, which was still within the range of the middle stage heavenly splitter. But now, her limit was the seventh stage. She had never thought that she would have the chance to peek into the splendor of an upper stage heavenly splitter in her lifetime. This made Lu Shui feel a sense of gratitude. Naturally, she would do her best to protect Yang Kai's safety. The mighty force of the world surged and poured into the aqua sword in her hand. The sword light overflowed, and the sword chi rampaged. Black River could only parry and had no power to fight back. In the fierce battle, Lu Shui grasped a flaw in Lord of Heaven Black River and stabbed her sword. This sword light shone brightly. It was Lu Shui's all-out attack. Even Black River, who was also a fifth-stage heavenly splitter, would lose half his life if he was stabbed. But just as this sword was about to succeed, Lord of Heaven Black River sneered. The Black River whip lashed out in the air, and his aura skyrocketed. Lu Shui suddenly felt a terrifying force coming toward her. The mighty force of the world suppressed her, making her feel that she was invincible. This person had been hiding his strength all this time. Lu Shui was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the sword light shattered. The Black River whip lashed Lu Shui's body. With a muffled groan, Lu Shui felt as if her entire body was about to shatter. The mini-universe in her body trembled, and the mighty force of the world was in chaos. When she looked up again, she saw that Lord of Heaven Black River had broken free from her entanglement and was charging toward Yang Kai. She had fallen into his trap. Lu Shui grit her teeth. How could she not know that she had been caught in a moment of carelessness? He clearly had the strength to turn the tide, but he had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting for this moment to strike. His target from beginning to end had only been Yang Kai. Yang Kai's group of 3 had always been led by him. This was obvious. It would not be easy for Lord of Heaven Black River to kill Lu Shui. But as long as he captured Yang Kai, this battle would be over in an instant. At that time, with Yang Kai in his hands, he could decide whether to leave or stay. Lord of Heaven Black River had a good plan. Lu Shui was immersed in the power of the fifth stage heavenly splitter and did not notice at all. When she reacted, it was already too late. As she retreated, Lu Shui gritted her teeth. Her glabella suddenly split open as if a third eye had grown on her forehead. Glabella soared. This move was Lu Shui's trump card. She would not use it under normal circumstances because it consumed too much energy. Now that Yang Kai's life was on the line, she blamed herself and did not care too much. An illusory sword light slashed out from her glabella. It was neither magnificent nor majestic. It was silent and full of hidden killing intent. The sword light left her body and slashed toward Lord of Heaven Black River's back. At the same time, Yang Kai looked terrified. He opened his eyes wide and staggered backward. He shouted, "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I won't be so polite to you." His threatening words made Lord of Heaven Black River laugh. "Junior, you dare to kill my descendant. Today, I will make you beg for death." He reached out to grab Yang Kai. With one grab, heaven and earth were sealed. Even the void was completely suppressed. The power of the fifth stage heavenly splitter was evident. It was not that Lord of Heaven Black River did not notice the glabella sword coming at him from behind. However, he was confident that he could capture Yang Kai first and then avoid this terrifying attack. Time seemed to stop. Lu Shui, who had slashed out with the glabella sword, chased after him with a pale face. Not far away, Guozian also roared and charged over with his shield, disregarding his own safety. Although the two were anxious to save Yang Kai, how could they be faster than Lord of Heaven Black River, who had premeditated this? Seeing that the big hand was about to capture Yang Kai suddenly grinned at Lord of Heaven Black River. Then, he raised his hand and summoned the gourd vine. The vine shook and pierced through the 7 small gourds. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements immediately formed a miraculous cycle. The aura of the world's power spread out. Yang Kai did not hesitate and lashed his whip at Lord of Heaven Black River. 5th stage heavenly splitter. Lord of Heaven Black River's sinister smile turned into astonishment. He actually felt the aura of the 5th stage heavenly splitter from this whip. He could not help but have a huge question in his mind. Could it be that this brat had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He seemed to be from the Emperor realm but was actually a 5th stage heavenly splitter. His moment of astonishment and hesitation caused him to miss a good opportunity. The gourd vine swept over and shattered Lord of Heaven Black River's big hand. Lord of Heaven Black River was shocked and hurriedly summoned his Lord of Heaven Black River whip to block. The two whips collided and a violent energy shockwave spread out. On the gourd vine, the 7 small gourds rolled into a ball and fell into a deep sleep. Yang Kai himself spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Although he could activate the might of the gourd vine, this thing could only catch his opponent off guard and could not fight for a long time. His opponent was a genuine 5th stage heavenly splitter. After a short confrontation, he immediately suffered a great loss. He felt his internal organs tumble and countless bones break. He was seriously injured in the blink of an eye. But this was enough. Although the gourd vine could only attack once in a short time, it still managed to block Lord of Heaven Black River and send him flying. Kai. With a loud sound, Lord of Heaven Black River's face twisted and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because Lu Shui's heart's brow sword had cut into his back, immediately tearing open a foot-long wound. Through this wound, one could almost see his broken internal organs. If it weren't for Yang Kai's unexpected actions, he could have captured Yang Kai and then escaped from the heart's brow sword. But that moment of delay had caused him to miss a good opportunity, allowing Lu Shui's attack to succeed. The heart's brow sword was Lu Shui's trump card and possessed terrifying power. After taking this blow, Lord of Heaven Black River's aura quickly withered. Junior, you treacherous bastard. Sooner or later, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Lord of Heaven Black River roared and turned around to flee. He was seriously injured, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. All he wanted to do was to find a place to heal his wounds. Acting like this was extremely decisive, because he also knew that in his current state, there was nothing he could do to Yang Kai. Instead of wasting time here, it was better to take things slowly. But how could Yang Kai let him retreat? Seeing Lord of Heaven Black River fly away, Yang Kai immediately called out to Lu Shui, "Quick, chase after him." Lu Shui obeyed and immediately tossed out her wind chariot artifact. The 3 of them rushed inside and chased after Lord of Heaven Black River. Inside the wind chariot, Lu Shui wore a look of lingering fear. Just now, because of her carelessness, Yang Kai had almost died. If it weren't for Yang Kai's life-saving ability at the last moment, he would have been captured. Her self-blame made her angry, so she spared no effort in her pursuit, not caring about her own injuries. Coupled with the fact that Lord of Heaven Black River was seriously injured, the distance between them was rapidly closing. Take your time, there's no need to rush. Yang Kai seemed to see through Lu Shui's thoughts and comforted her before sitting down cross-legged with Guozian and taking out pills to refine. Although all 3 of them had been injured in this battle, Lord of Heaven Black River had not fared well either. This was after Lu Shui's grade had been raised. If it were before, facing a 5th stage splitting the heavens like Lord of Heaven Black River, he would not have been able to resist. Chapter 4163. The current situation was in Yang Kai's favor. Black River was alone. He had to run and heal. As long as they kept him occupied and didn't give him the time to heal, he would exhaust his strength sooner or later. At that time, Black River would be at his mercy. Black River clearly realized this and desperately tried to shake off his pursuers. However, he was heavily injured. How could he succeed so easily? As the two parties fled, they crossed more than half of the territory. As they pursued, Lu Shui constantly attacked, slashing out one shocking sword ray after another. Although she couldn't do anything to Black River due to the distance, he was scared out of his wits. He simply didn't have the time to stop and heal. "Junior, don't go too far. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. At worst, this king will perish together with you." Black River shouted angrily. Yang Kai stood in the windmill and sneered, unmoved. The more Black River acted like this, the more it showed that he was at the end of his road. Otherwise, how could a fifth-grade heaven splitter shout such words? Several days later, the windmill circled around a Chenkuan world and suddenly lost track of Black River. The three of them lowered their heads and looked at the Chenkuan world below. This world was similar to the star boundary. There were many such Chenkuan worlds in the 3,000 worlds. Black River's sudden disappearance undoubtedly meant that he had escaped into this world. It had to be said that this was a wise choice. Merging into this Chenkuan world, as long as he restrained his aura, he would be like a drop of water merging into the sea. Without special methods, it would be impossible to find him. What Kai Yang and the others lacked was this kind of method. Frowning, Yang Kai muttered to himself for a moment and quickly made up his mind. Go down. This time, if he didn't take the opportunity to deal with Black River, he would definitely be entangled with him in the future. If Black River ran to the star boundary with him, then it would be troublesome. Lu Shui received the order and drove the windmill towards the Chenkuan world. Every universe world had a layer of invisible barrier. This layer of barrier not only protected the martial artists of this world, but also restrained them. Only when one's strength reached a certain level could they break free from this layer of restraint and go to the world outside the Chenkuan world. If outsiders wanted to enter, they would have to break through this layer of restrictions. This kind of restraint was naturally nothing to Lu Shui, and she easily broke through it. After putting away the windmill, the three of them looked around, but there was no trace of Dark River. That guy had long since run off to hide somewhere. However, this was also within Yang Kai's expectations. If it were him, he would have done the same. Snorting coldly, Yang Kai growled, "Where are the great emperors of this world? Hurry up and pay your respects." There wasn't much difference between this realm and the star realm, and the laws of heaven and earth were also about the same standard. Thus, there were definitely great emperors in this realm. It was just that the number of great emperors would depend on the size of the bottle of heaven and earth in this realm. When Yang Kai had entered this Chenkuan world, he had clearly sensed several divine senses probing him. Needless to say, these divine senses belonged to the great emperors of this world. The great emperors of each realm had obtained the acknowledgement of the wills of their respective Chenkuan world. Within this Chenkuan world, there were many conveniences, and they could use the world force of that realm. It could be said that although the great emperors were only at the level of the emperor realm, they could display the strength of the heaven-opening realm on their home ground. After all, the fundamental difference between the emperor realm and the heaven-opening realm was the world force. When the great demon god had wreaked havoc in the star realm and devoured many demon saints, he had also displayed the strength of the heaven-opening realm. However, in the star realm, Yang Kai and the other great emperors had still been able to use the world force of the star realm to kill him. Generally speaking, if the great emperors were to use their full strength in their respective Chenkuan worlds, they would be able to display the strength of the low-rank heaven-opening realm. Thus, in some Chenkuan worlds, some great emperors were unwilling to leave their own territories, because once they did, they would lose the support of the world force. However, there were also benefits to jumping out of the star realm, and that was the opportunity to pry into the mysteries of the martial Tao at a higher level. If one wanted to find traces of Black River in this realm, the best choice was to seek help from the great emperors of this realm. They definitely knew where Black River was currently hiding. However, what made Yang Kai feel speechless was that after he shouted, there was no response. The great emperors of this realm acted as if they had not heard him, clearly wanting to stay out of this matter. First, the uninvited guest, Black River, had rashly intruded, followed by Yang Kai and the others. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was a dispute between heaven-opening realm experts. It was understandable that the great emperors of this realm wanted to protect themselves and were unwilling to get involved. Yang Kai naturally would not let this matter rest. Looking down for a while, he nodded, "What a wonderful paradise. This city is not small and has a large population. The common people live and work in peace and contentment. What's rare is that there is no dispute at all. The great emperors of this realm have truly managed it well." Guozian and Lu Shui also followed Yang Kai's gaze and saw a large city down below. They didn't know why Yang Kai was suddenly commenting on this city. "Flatten this city for me. Don't leave a single person alive." Yang Kai suddenly pointed, a sinister look on his face. Guozian and Lu Shui both turned their heads to look, unable to conceal the shock in their eyes. The two of them had not followed Yang Kai for long, but they had not followed him for a short period of time either. According to their understanding, Yang Kai was not a bloodthirsty person and could even be said to be a very reasonable person. How could he suddenly give such a demonic order? That large city below had a population of more than 1 million people. This was 1 million people, not 1 million livestock. While Lu Shui was still hesitating, Guozian cupped his fists and shouted, "Yes." As Guozian spoke, he immediately flew to the sky above the city. Ignoring his injuries, he urged the world force and slowly raised his palm. In an instant, the sky changed color and a huge palm print formed above the city. Following Guozian's action, the giant palm slowly pressed down. Lu Shui's heart leapt to her throat while Yang Kai sneered. In the city, countless people looked up. The giant palm covered the light in front of them, and as it fell, the aura of death filled the air. The city fell into chaos. Screams and cries of panic resounded through the sky. Although Guozian was only a third order opening the heavens, which was nothing in the 3,000 great worlds, he still had the ability to destroy such a city. Just as the giant palm was about to press down, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "Stop." At the same time, the heaven and earth force in this realm was mobilized and transformed into dense rays of light that collided with the giant palm. In an instant, the giant palm was riddled with holes. Guozian groaned and took a few steps back. The residents of the city who had narrowly escaped death cried out in alarm, "It's the Sea of Qi Master. The Seven Seas Master has come to save us. The Sea of Qi Master must uphold justice for us. The Sea of Qi Master." Countless people below cheered. Yang Kai coldly snorted and turned his head to look in a certain direction. He saw an elderly man hurriedly flying over, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he flew. This old man was clearly the Sea of Qi Master that the residents of the city below were talking about. If possible, he naturally did not want to appear and participate in such a battle between opening the heavens, but Yang Kai had threatened the lives of millions of residents of the city below, so even if he was unwilling, he had to appear. After all, he was one of the great emperors recognized by the world will. If he sat idly by and did not care about the lives of the people here, it was very likely that he would suffer a backlash from the world will. Yang Kai was also one of the great emperors, so he was well aware of this. Sometimes, it was far more effective to use force than to persuade with kind words. He did not really want to slaughter the millions of people. Even if the Sea of Qi old man did not stop him at the last moment, Yang Kai would have asked Guozian to stop. After all, he was not a real demon. Although this method was a little extreme, it had to be said that the effect was remarkable. The Sea of Qi of the Thousand Thoughts realm greets the master. The elderly man flew in front of Yang Kai and cupped his fists. Yang Kai's face was unruly, and his face was full of killing intent. He was full of demonic nature, as if he was really a heinous demon. He glanced at him and sneered, "Continue to hide. I thought you were not going to come out." The Sea of Qi old man wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and apologized, "I was in seclusion and did not know that the master was coming. Please forgive me, master." Since you know that you are guilty, how do you want to die? Yang Kai was filled with killing intent. Ah! The Sea of Chi old man was shocked. He had just said it casually, but this person took it seriously. He was really a demon. He was anxious and fearful. Please punish me, master. Although he was one of the great emperors, he knew that even if he was in the Thousand Thoughts realm, with the support of the realm's mighty force, he would not be able to resist. Yang Kai said coldly, I should have pulled out your tendons and skin, and extracted your soul to serve as a warning to others. However, I have something important to do now, and I need you to do something. I will spare your life for now, but if you can redeem yourself, I will spare your life. The Sea of Chi old man's heart was bitter, but he could guess Yang Kai's intention. He said respectfully, Master, please tell me what to do. Yang Kai said, this king chased a demon all the way here, but that demon suddenly disappeared without a trace. He must be hiding somewhere. As the great emperor of this world, nothing can escape your notice. Quickly point this king in the right direction, and once this matter is settled, you will be rewarded handsomely. Chasing a demon. You are a great demon. The Sea of Chi old man cursed in his heart, but he did not dare to say it out loud. He said submissively, Master, you are too kind. I am old, and my eyesight is not good. Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai shouted, Guoziyan, flatten that city, and leave no one alive. Yes, master. Guoziyan said solemnly. Wait. The Sea of Chi old man quickly shouted. Yang Kai sneered, what else do you want to say? What else could the Sea of Chi old man say? He really did not want to be involved in this dispute. Whether it was Yang Kai or He, they were not people he could afford to offend. However, Yang Kai was such a demon. He had no choice. The Sea of Chi old man secretly glanced at Yang Kai. He calmed himself down and said, Master, please know that my Thousand Thoughts realm is the lower realm of the illusionary flower, Water Moon. Everything in this realm belongs to the illusionary flower, Water Moon. Yang Kai's expression changed. Illusionary flower, Water Moon? He immediately thought of a petite woman. Chapter 4164. The Thousand Thoughts world was the lower realm of the illusionary flower, Water Moon. In other words, the illusionary flower, Water Moon was in this territory and was not far from it. It was just like how the San Juan world and the Golden Sun continent were the lower realms of the Voidland. The Voidland controlled more than 10 Qian Kuan worlds. The San Juan world and the Golden Sun continent were just two of them. The resources and human resources in these Qian Kuan worlds belonged to the Voidland. With the support of these Qian Kuan worlds, there would be an endless supply of talents. There were even some rare treasures in many lower realms of Qian Kuan worlds. Yang Kai knew about the illusionary flower, Water Moon. When he was fighting for the Golden Crow's corpse on the Sunstar, Yang Kai had met a fourth-stage heaven splitter from the illusionary flower, Water Moon. Yang Kai looked at the old man from the corner of his eyes. Do you know Yuan Xiaoman? The old man was overjoyed. Master, you know Senior Xiaoman? Yang Kai snorted. Of course I know her. Why wouldn't I know her? But even if Yuan Xiaoman was here, she wouldn't dare to disobey me, let alone you. Guoziyan, flatten that city for me. Yes. Stop, stop. The old man was shocked. He brought up the illusionary flower, Water Moon, to make Yang Kai hesitate. Who knew that the person in front of him did not care about the upper sect at all? Even if he knew that this was the lower realm of the illusionary flower, Water Moon, he was not afraid. Who did the Thousand Thoughts world offend? The old man was infuriated that he had to face such a calamity for no reason. Such a character was not someone the Sea of Chi could afford to offend, nor was he someone the Thousand Thoughts world could afford to offend. I'll take you there, I'll take you there. Master, please have mercy. The old man looked dispirited as he made up his mind. Although he did not know who the Heaven Splitter was, if he did not follow this demon's will, the millions of people below would be in trouble. The old man could only make this choice. He secretly decided that after this matter was over, he would go to the illusionary flower, Water Moon, and look for the upper sect's experts. If you knew this was going to happen, why did you do it? Yang Kai snorted. Lead the way. The old man sighed and led the way. Yang Kai called Guoziyan back and brought Guoziyan and Lu Shui behind him. Not long after, the group of people arrived above the sea. Looking down, there was a small island below. Arriving here, Qi Si's old man stopped and signaled to Yang Kai with his eyes. Kai Yang understood and sneered, "Is this the place?" "It's a good place. The Realm Splitter." And Realm Splitter was stage Heaven Splitter. Stage Realm stage was 2. The Heaven stage World Realm World. Yang Kai waved his hand at the old man Qi Si. The old man Qi Si immediately escaped, disappearing in the blink of an eye. For him, guiding Yang Kai to the location of the Black River was already his limit. It was impossible for him to risk his life and get involved in a battle between heaven-opening realm masters. Looking down, Yang Kai asked, "Did you see anything?" Guoziyan and Lu Shui shook their heads, indicating that they did not see anything. Yang Kai knew that the old man Qi Si could not have deceived him. Since he pointed to this place, it was definitely correct. Unless the Black River had the ability to deceive the old man Qi Si. The possibility of this was not high. As great emperors, they were recognized by the will of heaven and earth and could sense any movement in this world. The island was not big and there was no one there. Yang Kai did not pretend and waved his hand, "Find him." Guoziyan and Lu Shui immediately rushed out, using their own methods to bombard the island. The island quickly shattered, and a vague aura suddenly appeared. Lu Shui's eyes flashed, "Found him." She slashed downwards, and the roaring seawater was instantly sealed in ice. With a loud boom, a figure broke out of the ice under the sea. He was in a sorry state and his aura was weak. Who else could it be but the Black River? He had been injured by Lu Shui's heart's brow sword and was hit repeatedly while running. Even if he was a 5th-grade martial artist, he could not hold on. If not for that, he would not have escaped into this world to recover. But it didn't take long for his whereabouts to be exposed. He was shocked and angry at the same time. He roared, "Junior, don't be so ruthless. There is no deep hatred between you and me. Why do you have to kill me?" Yang Kai chuckled, "You came to find trouble with me, and now you say this. Aren't you ashamed?" Hey, he wasn't ashamed. If he had known that Yang Kai had a 5th-stage Heaven Splitter by his side, he wouldn't have been so reckless. Although he was certain that Yang Kai had killed one of his juniors, the dead couldn't come back to life. It was extremely irrational to rashly make an enemy out of a 5th-stage Heaven Splitter for a junior. For Black River to be able to cultivate all the way to the 5th-grade martial artist, he was naturally not someone who did not know what was good for him. On the contrary, he was very good at judging the situation. If Lu Shui had revealed the aura of a 5th-grade martial artist, Black River might not have seen Yang Kai. However, it was too late to say anything now. After forcing him out, Lu Shui and Guoziyan pressed forward, combining their strength to fiercely attack Black River. Guoziyan was only a 3rd-grade martial artist, so it was too difficult for him to face a 5th-grade martial artist. However, Black River's condition was not good and he was only pinning him down from the side. Most of the pressure was shouldered by Lu Shui, so there wasn't much danger. The situation was deteriorating day by day. Black River's face was filled with despair. He faintly felt that he would die here today. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but that he couldn't. His heart was filled with regret and he roared with grief and indignation, "Just what do you want? Give me an answer. I admit defeat." Yang Kai sneered, not saying a word. It was as if he wanted to kill him no matter what. Black River's heart sank to the bottom. However, it was also because of Yang Kai's attitude that his determination to fight to the death was stimulated. Without caring about his own consumption, he attacked with all his might, risking his life to take Yang Kai's life. Guoziyan was forced to retreat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Previously, Black River had held some hope and held back his strength, so Guoziyan could still participate. But now, Black River was no longer afraid of death. Guoziyan could no longer join the battle. He could only wander to the side, using some secret techniques to support him from afar. With a loud bang, a crater several hundred miles in diameter appeared on the surface of the sea. The seawater in the crater evaporated and the world hummed. Countless cracks appeared in the void, swimming around like fish. 2 fifth-grade heaven-splitters were fighting here. This world was also somewhat unable to withstand it. Fortunately, the great emperors of this world had long been paying attention to this battle. They constantly mobilized the power of the world to calm the aftermath of the battle. Otherwise, this territory of the sea would have been destroyed and plunged into misery. And Black River's desperate struggle was also fruitful. Lu Shui had only just advanced to the 5th-grade heaven-splitter, so she did not have time to consolidate her cultivation. Her heart's brow sword had heavily injured Black Sail before because Yang Kai had used the gourd vine to catch Black River off guard. Moreover, the heart's brow sword secret technique consumed too much of her energy. It would be impossible for her to use it again in a short period of time. This clash instantly caused her to fall. Her delicate body was sent flying like a rag sack. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her aura was extremely weak. A good chance. When Black River saw this, he immediately turned around and fled without hesitation, rushing towards the sky. Guoziyan wanted to stop him, but he was sent flying by a whip. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and with the support of the space principles, he instantly arrived in front of Lu Shui and reached out to support her. Lu Shui coughed out a mouthful of blood and gritted her teeth. "Master, this humble one can still fight." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, he won't be able to escape." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed at the air, pulling out a bunch of grapes. As soon as the grape appeared, he put his hands on his waist and laughed. "Uncle Pu is here." As soon as his voice fell, he realized that something was wrong and glared at Yang Kai. "Smelly brat, what are you doing?" "I'll kill you." His 2 short hands kept scratching, as if he wanted to fight Yang Kai to the death, but Yang Kai had already plucked a grape from his head and stuffed him back into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stuffed the grape into Lu Shui's mouth. "Eat." Lu Shui swallowed it directly, and in the next moment, her dim eyes bloomed with an amazing brilliance. In the land of everlastingness, Yang Kai obtained a total of 3 saint-grade medicines, each with their own miraculous effects. Among them, the profound colored illusory mushroom had an extraordinary hallucinogenic effect, and the gourd vine was even more amazing. The 7 small gourds contained yin-yang and 5 elements force of the 5th grade. With the help of the gourd vine, he could erupt with a 5th-grade heaven-opening attack. Although the Pu Baixiong did not have the ability to fight enemies, it was a saint-grade medicine for recovery and healing. Yang Kai had eaten 2 grapes before, so he naturally had a deep understanding of this. The surging medicinal efficacies exploded in her stomach, and a majestic vitality nourished her physique and meridians. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shui's injuries were mostly healed, and her originally weak aura swept out again. "Many thanks, Master," Lu Shui said gratefully. "Catch up with him, but don't kill him," Yang Kai ordered. Lu Shui nodded and turned into a sword light, shooting straight into the sky and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai went to Guoziyan's side and examined him, finding that he was fine, but he had consumed too much energy. Although he was injured, it was not too serious. After a while, Yang Kai and Guoziyan also rushed into the sky. After the 3 of them all left, in the sky above the chaotic sea territory, one figure after another appeared. These people were led by the old man with the Qi Si, and there were a total of 9 of them, all of them great emperors of this realm. Looking at the ruined battlefield, the churning seawater, and the shattered laws, the great emperors had grim expressions, fear lingering in their hearts. This was truly a case of sitting at home and disaster descending from the heavens. However, this battle concerned the heaven-opening realm, so they were powerless to stop it. Fortunately, this battle ended quickly and did not have too great of an impact on this realm. "There's something here." One of the great emperors suddenly discovered something and reached out with his hand, pulling a spatial ring into his hand. When he scanned it with his divine sense, he was stunned. Seeing this, the other great emperors hurriedly inquired about the situation. When they learned the truth, they were all wild with joy. This spatial ring actually contained several tens of thousands of heaven-opening pills. To any the emperor realm, this was an enormous fortune. Chapter 4165. Such an item could not have been left here for no reason. It was obvious that someone had left it behind. Elder Chi Hai pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. So that person is not a devil. He was just bluffing me. This ring was obviously left behind by Yang Kai as a form of compensation for this world. If he really was a heinous demon, he could simply pat his butt and leave, regardless of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood behind him. As one of the great emperors of this realm, Elder Chi Hai was not a fool. He only pondered for a moment before coming to a realization. However, this matter was of utmost importance, and they had to report it to the upper sect. The 9 great monarchs first divided the opening heaven pellets among themselves, and after a short discussion, the elder in Chi-Si and the other female great monarch left for the Thousand Thoughts world to report to the upper sect. When Elder Chi Hai and the female great monarch departed, somewhere in the void, heavenly monarch Black River's face was ashen. His aura was weak, and there were many sword wounds on his body. Blood was dripping from them, and his eyebrows were twitching as he stood there stiffly. Not far in front of him, Lu Shui was staring at him. She did not take the opportunity to kill him. Black River knew that he was on the brink of death. If the woman in front of him really wanted to take his life, he would not be able to resist. However, although the enemy had yet to make a move, their aura was firmly locked onto him. Black River believed that as long as he made the slightest unusual move, it would definitely attract a storm of attacks. At that time, he would definitely not be able to withstand it, so he did not dare to act rashly. How could this be? Black River could not understand. Previously in the Thousand Thoughts realm, he had used his full strength and should have severely injured this woman. She should not have much strength left. However, that was not the case. Not only was this woman's condition not as bad as he had expected, but she was also rapidly recovering. Black River did not know what kind of miraculous pill she had taken or what kind of secret technique she had used, but the only thing he knew was that in this battle, although he had done his best, he had still suffered a crushing defeat. He had lost. Just as the two were confronting each other, Yang Kai and Guozian finally arrived. Seeing this, Yang Kai was not surprised at all. Originally, Black River was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Lu Shui ate a saint medicine grape and chased after him. How could Black River stop her? If not for Yang Kai's warning, Black River would have been a corpse by now. Seeing Yang Kai, Black River had a complicated expression. Ever since he felt the aura of the restriction he had planted in the Universal Palace, he had been planning to avenge his descendant. Black River was Black River. Black River's Black River, but his descendant was killed. He didn't put Kai Yang's lineup in his eyes. He believed that with his own ability, he could deal with these 3 people. But who would have thought that a single mistake would cause him to step into the gates of hell? Forcing out a smile, Black River said to Yang Kai, "Little brother, it is better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. I am willing to pay a price and make peace with you. Moreover, I vow that I will never bother you again in the future." Under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower their heads. Black River did not want to lower his head like this, but for the sake of his own life, he could abandon his face. Seeing his attitude, Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. If Black River would rather die than submit, it would be troublesome. He had paid a great price this time, so he had to recoup the cost. Price? What price? Yang Kai looked at him calmly. Black River felt a weight lift from his heart. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would order him to kill him as soon as he arrived. If that happened, he would really have no way to live. As long as Yang Kai was willing to negotiate, it was a good thing. Although his heart ached, he quickly took out an object from his miniature universe world and held it in his palm. "Little brother, take a look at this. What do you think?" This object exuded a brilliant golden light and surged with the rich power of metal. It was a 5th grade resource. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai only glanced over it before losing interest and snorting, "Trash. Trash." Black River raised his eyebrows. This was a 5th grade resource, a good thing worth at least 1.5 million heaven opening pills. He had obtained it with great difficulty, so how could it be trash? This fellow was trying to raise the price. Black River clenched his teeth and took out another set of resources, nearly emptying his pockets. But in Yang Kai's eyes, these things only received a single evaluation. Trash. Trash. Black River's eyebrows jumped. He had already taken out all of his valuables but still could not move Yang Kai. Did he really want to kill him? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Black River said, "Little brother, what do you want? Please state it clearly." Yang Kai's lips curled up as he looked him over and said, "I only have one request. If you agree to it, I will spare your life, but if you dare say no, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Black River's expression changed slightly and he cupped his hands. "Please speak. If this Black River is capable of doing so, I will not refuse." Yang Kai immediately became enthusiastic and raised his hand to summon a simple animal skin book, flipping it open and saying, "It's simple, just leave your name and aura here. This is." Black River's eyes were sharp and he immediately saw the 3 large words on the page. He said in shock, "Loyalty and righteousness. You actually have the Loyalty and Righteousness book." This was the famous Loyalty and Righteousness Demon's item, so how had it fallen into this boy's hands? Wasn't the Loyalty and Righteousness book destroyed with the fall of the Loyalty and Righteousness Demon? What was the relationship between this boy and the Loyalty and Righteousness Demon? "Oh." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "You know about the Loyalty and Righteousness book? That makes things easy. You want to enslave this Black River?" Black River flew into a rage. For the sake of survival, he was willing to pay a price, but that didn't mean he was willing to be enslaved. He was a dignified 5th stage heaven splitter, so how could he be willing to live under the Emperor realm and be ordered around by others? Yang Kai's expression sank and killing intent surged. "What? You don't want to? If you don't want to, then I'll ask you to die." Asterisk clang. Asterisk Lu Shue's sword shook and a clear sword cry rang out. Black River jumped in fright and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. He quickly raised his hand and said, "Wait, I don't have time to wait for you. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Choose for yourself whether you want to live or die." Yang Kai coldly snorted and turned to Lu Shue. Lu Shue took a step forward, her world force fluctuating as she pointed her sword at Black River. Black River's sweat fell like rain as he struggled in his heart. He was a 5th stage heaven splitter and was normally aloof, so he naturally didn't want to be enslaved, but now that his life was in someone else's hands, he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Feeling Lu Shue's cold killing intent, he realized that Yang Kai wasn't joking. If he really refused, he would end up in tragedy today. But should he just agree like that? Then where would he put his face? 10 breaths of time quickly passed and Yang Kai's expression was cold. "Stubborn fool, kill him." Lu Shue was about to make her move. Black River lowered his head and said, "I admit defeat. I ask little brother to show mercy." He wasn't an unyielding person to begin with. If not, he wouldn't have admitted defeat so quickly. Now, for the sake of survival, leaving his name and aura on the Loyalty and Righteousness register was acceptable. At worst, he would find a way to get rid of this restraint in the future. Yang Kai chuckled. A wise man submits to circumstances. She immediately had Heihe leave his name and aura on the Loyalty and Righteousness register. Throughout the entire process, Lu Shue was on high alert, her aura firmly locked onto Heihe. If he had any ill intentions, Lu Shue would definitely attack him at the first possible moment. Soon, the words Black River appeared on the 2nd page of the Loyalty and Righteousness register. Yang Kai clearly felt that there was now a connection between the Loyalty and Black River. The Loyalty and Righteousness register was a strange object that didn't need to be refined to display its effects. It was refined from the skin and flesh of the Xieji. The Xieji was one of the divine spirits, born with the ability to distinguish right from wrong, loyalty and treachery. The Loyalty and Righteousness register refined from its body had this effect. However, while this thing had many advantages, it also had its drawbacks. Yang Kai couldn't refine it, so he couldn't completely control the Loyalty and Righteousness register. In other words, whoever held the Loyalty and Righteousness register would be able to control the life and death of the people on the register. The Loyalty and Righteousness register originally only had a single name, Chen Tianfei. Now, the 2nd page had Black River, But the entire loyalty and righteousness register only had 9 pages. In other words, the loyalty and righteousness register could only enslave 9 people. Using one of the slots in exchange for a 5th-stage heaven splitter as a hired thug was a very good deal. However, Yang Kai also invested a lot. At the very least, the value of 2 world fruits was extraordinary. In order to give Lu Shui the power to fight Black River, he didn't hesitate to use a middle-grade world fruit. Even Guo Ziyan used a low-grade world fruit to advance to the 3rd-stage heaven splitter. Yang Kai only had 3 middle-grade world fruits in total. He had left 1 for Yu He and 1 for Lu Shui. Now, there was only 1 left. Black River was also a character. Since he had already left his name on the loyalty and righteousness register, he couldn't resist anymore. His mentality changed very quickly, and he took the initiative to give the things he had taken out to Yang Kai as an apology. Yang Kai didn't refuse and happily accepted them. Although these things were nothing in his eyes, the Void had spent a lot of resources on the 9 Heavens Great Array. It was good to have them replenished at this time. Lu Shui took out the pinwheel again, and the 4 of them entered it. Lu Shui drove it, and the remaining 3 healed their wounds. Black River's injuries were very serious, and it would take at least a year and a half to fully recover. The main reason was that Lu Shui hadn't held back when fighting with him. The Heart's Brow sword had almost killed him on the spot. Now, even with Lu Shui's help to disperse the sword intent, it would be troublesome for him to recover. Yang Kai directly grabbed Pu Baixiong. This time, he didn't take the grapes on his head. Instead, he let him stay beside Black River and help him heal. Pu Baixiong was a healing panacea, and the grapes on his head were a healing panacea. However, even if he didn't take the grapes, his body would constantly emit surging vitality, which was very beneficial to his recovery. Seeing this, Black River sighed in amazement. Only now did he know that Yang Kai's previous evaluation of his things as trash wasn't groundless. Compared to such a panacea, his things could really be thrown into the trash. Chapter 4166. 4 months later, a windmill stopped in front of a huge territory gate. The gate to the territory gate was so bright that it could be seen even from a great distance. Inside the windmill, Yang Kai looked at the territory gate with a calm expression, but his heart was restless. He actually didn't know where the star boundary was. Ever since he bought the universe map, he had been searching for it. There were 3 possible locations where the star boundary might exist, and he firmly remembered them in his heart. Before encountering He had already searched a large territory but found nothing. After subduing He, 2 months ago, he entered the second possible large territory but still found no trace of the star boundary. After crossing this territory gate, he would arrive at the last large territory. If there was still no star boundary in this large territory, Yang Kai really didn't know where to look. These 3 possible large territory weren't found by Yang Kai based on his intuition, but on some basis. For many years, besides the great demon god Mo Sheng and Tian Xing, no other heaven-opening realm cultivators had visited the star boundary. In other words, the star boundary should be located in a very remote location, and the resources in the large domain should be relatively poor, so it was impossible to attract the attention of a heaven-opening realm cultivator. Otherwise, the star boundary should be like the Golden Sun continent and the Thousand Thoughts world, becoming a lower realm of some force. In fact, if it weren't for Great Demon God invading the star boundary and Zhong Ruo Shi inheriting his ancestors' will, Yang Kai wouldn't have known about the heaven-opening realm. With this judgment, he had some basis. The 3 possible large regions that he had searched for didn't have any powers. There were only a few scattered Chenkuan worlds that had weak vitality and were lacking in resources. Unfortunately, he hadn't found anything the first 2 times, and he didn't know what the result of this last search would be. If he still couldn't find the star boundary, then he could only look for Zhong Ruo Shi. She had inherited Tian Xing's will, and although it wasn't complete, she might know the location of the star boundary. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai said, "Let's go in." Lu Shui received the order and drove the windmill into the territory gate. Even with the protection of the flight-type artifact, everyone in the windmill still felt dizzy. However, it was not a big problem. A moment later, The windmill crossed the territory gate and entered another large territory. Yang Kai immediately released his senses, and soon, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He did not discover anything. He was one of the great emperors of the void recognized by the astral world's will. If the distance was right, he should be able to sense the existence of the astral world. Given the current situation, either the astral plane was not within this large territory, or the distance between them was too great. Praying that it was the latter, Yang Kai had Lu Shui continue to operate the windmill and search this large territory. A few days later, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. A huge surprise appeared on his face as he whispered, "Over there, over there." Lu Shui immediately changed direction and rushed in the direction he pointed. He chuckled and said, "Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. Hard work pays off. You finally got what you wanted." After more than 4 months of recuperation, his injuries were basically healed. Originally, it would not have been so fast, but with Pu Baixiong's help, the healing process was greatly improved. Although he did not know what Yang Kai was looking for these days, he faintly felt that he should be looking for a place. Now that he saw Yang Kai's happy expression, he naturally found it. And after such a long time, he gradually adapted to his position and no longer felt remorse. This was especially so after interacting with Yang Kai for a long time and discovering that he was not harsh on himself, so he let go of his status as a 5th stage heaven splitter. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai was delighted and laughed, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Congratulations, congratulations." He rubbed his nose, speechless. He thought to himself, what's there to be happy about? Under Lu Shui's full power, the windmill moved at an incredible speed, and a day later, a half-moon-shaped universe world appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking around, Kai Yang let out a long sigh of relief, as if he was a wanderer returning home with a sense of anticipation and anxiety. This half-moon-shaped universe world was the star boundary. In another direction, there was another layer of perception that was faintly connected to him. That was the newly born demonic domain, where the Dharmakaya was now overseeing. Back then, Yang Kai had used the small sealed world to roll around and swallow all the continents in the demon territory, merging them into the small sealed world to form the 3rd territory. After the War of the Two Worlds, the star boundary suffered heavy losses, and the attacking demon race army was almost completely wiped out. However, there were still countless demon race forces in the 3rd territory. Yang Kai pulled out the main body of the small sealed world and turned it back into the sealed world bead, while the rest became the new demon territory. The embodiment had to stay there for some reasons, and the 2 demon saint, Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian, also lived there. However, now was not the time to go there. Yang Kai still had to return to the star boundary first. As they got closer, the outline of the star boundary became clearer and clearer. At a certain moment, Lu Shui suddenly looked surprised and said, "Master, there seems to be something over there. There seems to be a big thing on the periphery of the universe world." He also noticed this and looked over with his full eyesight. He could not help but be surprised. "This is a giant god spirit." As he spoke, he sucked in a breath of cold air. That big thing was a giant god spirit. Although he was a 5th stage heaven opening master and had seen a lot, this was the first time he had seen a living giant god spirit. Before this, he had only heard about it. This was a giant god spirit, standing at the top of the 3,000 worlds and the entire vast universe. Although he had long heard that the giant god spirit clan was peaceful and did not like to fight, and as long as they did not take the initiative to provoke them, he still felt a little creeped out when he suddenly found a giant god spirit in such a place. Lu Shui also felt her scalp tingle and turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, I am an old acquaintance of it." Guozian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at Yang Kai without blinking, as if he wanted to see if he was joking. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. RDA had not left, which undoubtedly meant that the situation in the star boundary was not optimistic. It had to be known that the giant god spirit clan was innately gifted. Although they were peaceful, they ate dead Qian Kuan worlds as food. In this vast universe, whenever a Qian Kuan world was about to die, they would be able to smell that special aura and rush over in advance. Then, They would wait for the opportunity to swallow the world after it died. If the situation in the star boundary had changed, RDA should have left, but at this moment, he was still here. As everyone trembled with fear, the windmill quickly approached the giant god spirit. However, very quickly, a delicate shout came from afar. Who is it? This is the star boundary, please stop, or else you will be killed without mercy. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai chuckled and suppressed his voice. Little girl, you really have a big tone. I won't stop, so what can you do to me? The three heaven-opening masters in the windmill looked at him speechlessly. The voice was silent for a while, then suddenly clenched her teeth and said, Damn ghost, you're willing to come back? She obviously also recognized Yang Kai's voice. Yang Kai laughed loudly, his figure flashing as he jumped out of the windmill. Looking up, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the void in front of him. Her face was enchanting, and her beautiful eyes were like a divine spring, emitting a soul-stealing light. At this moment, she was looking at Yang Kai with reddened eyes, gritting her teeth. I'm back. Yang Kai spread his arms and shouted. That person let out a tender cry and happily flew over, rushing into his embrace. Yang Kai took a deep breath, smelling that familiar fragrance, then lowered his head and kissed her hair. I'm back, Are you Meng? Long time no see. This woman was the succubus demon saint, Are you Meng? Are you Meng raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Although it had only been 10-odd years since Yang Kai had left the star boundary, she felt like thousands of years had passed. It wasn't just because she missed him, but because after Yang Kai left, the great emperors had all gone into seclusion to recover. In the entire star boundary, she was the only one with the strength of a great emperor. It could be said that the survival of the star boundary rested on her shoulders. The pressure was like a mountain, especially as time passed. The situation of the star boundary became more and more unfavorable. How many times had she been afraid of letting down Yang Kai? How many times had she been afraid that the star boundary wouldn't be able to hold on and would be destroyed? But now, she could finally put down this heavy burden. She was so relaxed that she almost wanted to cry. Yang Kai pulled her into his embrace and stared at the star boundary with a solemn expression. The entire star boundary was now filled with a thick aura of death. Even without entering it, he could feel the corruption of the world's laws. He didn't expect the situation of the star boundary to be so serious. Although he brought back the roots of the world tree this time, he wasn't sure if it could save the star boundary. He could only plan for the worst. If even the roots of the world tree were ineffective, then he could only take away all the living creatures in the star boundary. But in this way, there were also great drawbacks. The void couldn't accommodate so many people, and most of the cultivator in the star boundary had low strength. Even if they went to the void, it wouldn't make much sense. Staying in the star boundary would allow them to grow better. While the two were being affectionate, Lu Shui and the others slowly flew over. When they got closer, they realized why there was a giant god here. It turned out that it was attracted by the dying world. It seemed that the legends about the giant god were true. They looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. In their opinion, this world was hopeless. It was only a matter of time before it perished. These people are. Yu Meng noticed that someone was approaching and quickly broke free from Yang Kai's embrace and asked curiously. A few of my subordinates. Yang Kai explained. Lu Shui and the others quickly cupped their fists and said, Greetings, madam. Yu Meng was stunned. With her cultivation as a demon saint, she couldn't sense the depth of these three people. Each of them gave her a feeling that they were not inferior to the great demon god. In fact, they were even more powerful. When the great demon god wreaked havoc in the star boundary almost exhausted all of its strength to kill him. The great emperors were almost buried with him. These three people were actually Yang Kai's subordinates. What had her man experienced in the outside world all these years? Yu Meng's heart was full of doubts. The star boundary was broken, the world principles were in chaos, and the void was full of cracks, leaving traces of the war decades ago. In the past few decades, the entire star boundary had walked further and further on the road to destruction, and even the great emperors were powerless to reverse the situation. The world principles were in chaos, and even the living conditions of the star boundary had become extremely bad. Natural disasters continued to occur everywhere, causing unimaginable losses to the star boundary every year, cutting bloody wounds on the already broken body of the star boundary. In the Eastern Territory, above the sea, a ship was fleeing for its life. Behind the ship, the waves were thousands of feet high, sweeping across the sky, and the whole sky was dark. Although the many cultivator on the ship tried their best to resist, it was difficult to resist the terrifying power of nature. Screams and cries of panic rang out, and hundreds of people on the ship showed despair. In the Southern Territory, the mountains trembled, and huge gullies appeared in the earth. From the gullies, hot magma spewed out, destroying villages, and countless people lost their homes. Many forces led by the Azure Sun Temple worked together to resist the disaster, but it was just a drop in the bucket, and they could only try to minimize casualties. In the Western Territory, a sandstorm swept over, swallowing everything in its path. At the edge of the desert, the new patriarch of the Liu family looked at the terrible sandstorm that covered the sky and the earth with an ashen face and murmured, "It's over, it's all over." During the Great War of the Two Realms, because the great emperors Yi Ying was born in the Western Territory, and because the passage between the two realms was built in the Western Territory, the Western Territory suffered the most losses. At this time, it had been almost 70 years since the Great War of the Two Realms. The Liu family was a family that rose to prominence after the Great War of the Two Realms. The patriarch of the Liu family was also quite capable and had led the Liu family upward over the years. However, in the face of this terrible sandstorm, any means were weak. He could only watch the sandstorm hit and secretly pray that his family's protective array could resist the power of nature. However, the patriarch of the Liu family also knew that such a terrible disaster could not be resisted by his family. After this, how many people could survive? In the Northern Territory, heavy snow was falling, and the climate was extremely cold. The ice on the lakes was up to 3 feet thick, and the cold wave hit and froze all life. However, compared with the other territory, the situation in the Northern Territory was the best because the High Heaven Palace was in the Northern Territory. Many disciples of the High Heaven Palace, who had achieved success in their cultivation, would go out to gain experience, and resisting this disaster was the best way to hone their skills. In front of a large city, a palace was suspended in mid-air. Above the palace, there were 4 shining words, "Flowing Time Temple." On the steps of the palace, 2 figures stood, a man and a woman. The man had white hair that fluttered in the wind, and he was wearing a snow-white cloak that fluttered in the wind, making him look heroic and extraordinary. The woman had a beautiful face and a slender figure, like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. The two of them faced the direction of the cold wave with dignified expressions. Even though the two of them were not weak now, and they had the help of the divine object, the flowing time temple, in the face of this terrible heavenly might, they did not dare to take it lightly, because behind them, there were millions of people looking forward to it. "It's coming," Yang Shui shouted in a low voice. Yang Xiao nodded and took a deep breath. In the next moment, the two of them raised their palms together, changing hand seals continuously, and striking out fiercely. A low murmur resounded through the world. The flowing time great emperor's withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. The overwhelming cold wave seemed to have entered a strange state of stagnation at this moment. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Seeing this scene, the city erupted into cheers that soared into the sky. Master Gemini's divine might is unparalleled. Master Gemini, good job. It's all thanks to Master Gemini, otherwise, we would have been finished. Over the years, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had repeatedly taken action, withstanding natural disasters in the Northern Territory, saving countless people, and tempering themselves. They had also earned the title of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Gemini. The overwhelming praise did not make them smile in the slightest, and instead, their expressions became more and more dignified. Yang Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Little aunt, this cold wave seems to be fiercer than before." Yang Shui nodded and asked, "Can you hold on?" "Are you kidding me? You think I can't hold on?" Yang Xiao replied arrogantly, "Little aunt, if you can't hold on, you should have said so earlier. After all, you're a woman, and I'm a man." "Ah, I can't hold on." Yang Shue's face changed slightly, and without hesitation, she summoned the endless hourglass and joined forces with Yang Xiao. 10,008 grains of flowing time Great Emperor Divine sand flew out of the endless hourglass and into the cold wave. In an instant, the power of the cold wave weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flowing time Great Emperor Divine sand had changed the flow of time, causing the cold wave to weaken rapidly. However, the cold wave continued on endlessly. The flowing time Great Emperor Gemini gritted her teeth and desperately urged her Emperor Qi to resist the cold wave. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the depths of their hearts, "Well done." The two of them were stunned. Immediately after, they saw an invisible hand suddenly appear in the cold wave. With a gentle wave of the hand, the cold wave that the two of them couldn't stop despite using all their strength was actually flattened in an instant. The change was so sudden that neither Yang Xiao nor Yang Shui could react in time. If a moment ago it was a crazy storm, then now it was calm and tranquil. That big hand seemed to be smoothing out a wrinkle in their clothes with ease. Turning their heads to look at each other, Yang Shui hesitantly asked, "Xiao, did you hear something?" Yang Xiao was stunned for a long time before suddenly jumping 3 feet high and shouting, "Adoptive father is back." Saying so, without waiting for Yang Shui to respond, he hurriedly controlled the flowing time temple and rushed in the direction of the High Heaven Palace, leaving behind the gratitude of millions of people in the great city behind him. At the same time, the waves of the sea in the Eastern Territory calmed down, and countless people on the big ships still had lingering fears. The earthquake that had lasted for several months in the Southern Territory also quickly subsided, and the magma that overflowed from the cracks in the ground slowly calmed down. Wen Zishan and Jiao Shueting looked at each other in confusion, but in the next moment, both of their hearts moved and their faces lit up with joy. The Void Master is back. The moment before the sandstorm in the western regions reached the Liu clan's headquarters, it suddenly dissipated. After surviving the calamity, the Liu clan's patriarch fell to the ground, his entire body drenched in sweat. In the 4 territories of the world, hundreds of millions of creatures, at the same time, received the shocking news. The great emperors of the void had returned. After a short silence, the 4 territories cheered. Decades ago, during the War of the Two Realms, the great emperors of the chaotic star territory had almost engulfed the star boundary. It was the sect of the great emperors of the void who protected the last pure land of the star boundary, preserving the last glimmer of hope for the star boundary. It was also the great emperors of the void who finally turned the tide and killed the great demon god, resolving the crisis of the star boundary. After the War of the Two Realms, the great emperors of the void did not hesitate to jump out of the star boundary and go to the outside world to find a way to save the star boundary. And now, he was back. Chapter 4168. The Return of the Void. The 4 territories were shaken as countless people cheered. In this post-apocalyptic world, hundreds of millions of people were struggling to survive. The return of the great emperors of the void had undoubtedly brought them new hope. Deep in the High Heaven Palace, the dragon race's great elder Zhu Yang and second elder Fu Shun slowly opened their eyes. The two were husband and wife. They had suffered heavy injuries during the battle with the great demon god. Even after so many years, they were still unable to fully recover due to their dragon race physique. So, they had been working together to heal their injuries. At this moment, they looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. In the Eastern Territory's Spirit Beast Island, the martial beast Mo Huang chuckled, "You're finally back." Saying so, he got up and waved his hand. The door that had been closed for decades opened with a rumble. Mo Xiaoqi stood outside and looked at him in surprise. "Father, is Big Brother Yang back? I seemed to have heard his voice just now." Mo Huang's face immediately fell as he said bitterly, "Your father has been in seclusion for nearly 70 years to heal his injuries. Why didn't you ask about my injuries? You only care about your big brother Yang. What kind of logic is this?" Mo Xiaoqi blushed slightly and asked shyly, "Father, how are your injuries?" Mo Huang sighed, "I won't die for the time being." Mo Xiaoqi hugged his arm, "Then take me to the High Heaven Palace quickly." Mo Huang snorted. The injuries that had been stabilized with great difficulty were about to flare up again. He felt blood boiling in his chest as he shouted in grief and indignation, This king will never forgive you, surnamed Yang. Seeming to notice that Mo Huang's expression was not good, Mo Xiaoqi hurriedly said, Father, don't misunderstand. Maybe big brother Yang has some kind of healing medicine. Daughter is just worried about father's injuries. Mo Huang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right, don't explain. I'm going to ask him about the situation. Mo Xiaoqi immediately cheered. In the Serene Soul Palace, the great emperors of the Serene Soul Palace slowly walked out from their seclusion. Outside the palace, Haiji and the many experts of the Serene Soul Palace had been waiting for a long time. When they saw the great emperors, they all respectfully saluted. Greetings, Palace Master. Yarrow Jun nodded. He patted Haiji on the shoulder and said, You've done a good job these years. Although he was always in seclusion, he was not completely ignorant of the outside world. Haiji was unfazed. It's what I should do. Although he was the son of the great emperors and was somewhat arrogant in his early years, he was subdued by Yang Kai during the War of the Two Worlds and became the commander of the GZ army. He led the GZ army to fight against the demon race. He had grown tremendously. Yarrow Jun had been in seclusion all these years, so the entire Serene Soul Palace was managed by him. It could be said that everything was in good order. The Eastern Territory had also suffered a lot because of the Serene Soul Palace. Void has returned. Come, follow me to see him, Yarrow Jun called out. Haiji nodded and followed behind his father. In the Heaven's Secret Valley, the great emperors of the Heaven's Secret sect looked at the 3 pieces of ancient turtle shells in front of him and laughed. Good fortune, good fortune. The star boundary has been saved from a desperate situation. This is great news. Jiao Zhan stood behind him and was also pleasantly surprised. Master, you mean to say that Void Master's return this time can solve the problem of the star boundary? His eyes were white and he was born blind, but he was the best candidate to inherit the inheritance of the great emperors of the Heaven's Secret sect. When he was very young, the great emperors of the Heaven's Secret sect took him in and taught him. Most likely. Chu Tianji chuckled and stood up. Let's go to the High Heaven Palace. In the Medicine Core Valley, the Wondrous Pill great emperors set out with several disciples. In the Iron Blood Castle, the Iron Blood great emperor set out with Lin Yun There were also the great emperors of the Azure Sun Temple, the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Valley, and the Ice Feather great emperors of the One Line Sky. Almost at the same time, the great emperors who had been in seclusion for decades came out and rushed to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Not only them, but Luan Feng, Fan Hua, Kang Go, and other Saint Masters of the Eastern Territory's savage wild ancient land, Bing Yun, Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master of the Northern Territory, Sheng Yu Zhu of the Rakshasa sect, and many other masters who had a relationship with Yang Kai all set out and headed straight to the High Heaven Palace. All the masters in the Northern Territory returned to the sea. Welcome back, Palace Master. In the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, tens of thousands of disciples under the leadership of Great Chief Hua Qing Sai and Second Chief Bian Yuqing cupped their fists in unison, their voices shaking the world as they stared at the figure descending from the sky with deep admiration and respect. Yang Kai swept his gaze around and saw his Grand Master Ling Tai-shu, his ancestral founder Chu Ling Xiao, his old friends who had followed him all the way from the central continent to Shadowed Star, his parents, Meng Wu Ya, and Xia Ning Chang. The little senior sister's face was still covered by a thin veil, but her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly as tears welled up in her beautiful eyes like stars. If it weren't for the occasion, she would have already thrown herself at him. Shui Yu stood beside her, pursing her red lips as her beautiful eyes filled with bitterness. Yang Kai nodded lightly to the two of them before turning to the others and saying with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work over the years. Has everything been well?" Although he had investigated the situation of the entire star boundary immediately and knew that everyone must have had a hard time over the years, he still felt gratified to be able to see so many familiar faces at this moment. Hua Qing Sai replied, "Everything is well. Thank you for your concern, Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded and stepped forward, arriving in front of his parents and saying with shame, "Son greets father and mother. I have not repaid the kindness of raising you all these years and have even caused you to live in fear every day. This son is unfilial." Dong Suju sniffled, holding back the tears in her eyes as she pursed her lips and said, a man should achieve great things. We don't need you to worry about us. Fourth Master Yang nodded and said, you being able to solve the current problem of the star boundary is the greatest filial piety you can show us. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, son will do his best and not disappoint father and mother. He turned around and held his little senior sister and Shui Yu's hands, tenderly saying, you've worked hard as well. The two of them looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. It wasn't hard at all. Tears fell from their eyes. They knew that this wasn't a good time to act like this, but they couldn't control themselves no matter what. Yu Meng immediately went over and comforted them. Yang Kai also met the two elders of the dragon race and Tian Yang. Tian Yang was one of the great emperors from the Divine Ascension Mirror and had made great contributions during the Great War between the two realms. Back then, he had concealed his identity and infiltrated the demon race, causing great losses to the demon race. After the Great War between the two realms, he remained in the High Heaven Palace, but because the Star Boundary's principles were shattered, he was unable to become one of the great emperors even though he had the foundation of the great emperors. Just as they were talking, the space array flickered and a group of 3 figures appeared. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Bing Yun, Su Yang, and Ji Yarrow walking out of the hall one after another. When they saw each other, they naturally exchanged some pleasantries. They hadn't exchanged more than a few words when the space array flickered again. Immediately after, a loud voice rang out, adoptive father is back. In the next instant, Yang Xiao rushed out of the hall. His eyes turned and fixed on Yang Kai. He immediately cheered and rushed over, running around Yang Kai and shouting, brat, you have no respect for your elders. Zhu Yang couldn't watch any longer. He reached out and grabbed Yang Xiao's ear, dragging him back. Yang Xiao begged for mercy in pain. Yang Shui stood in front of Yang Kai and said in a clear voice, big brother. Yang Kai laughed and patted her head, I haven't seen you in so many years. Little sister is getting more and more beautiful. He loved this little sister very much, but he also owed her a lot. He had been running around outside all these years. Not only was he unable to fulfill his filial duties in front of his parents, but he also failed to fulfill his responsibility as a big brother. It was even thanks to Yang Shui accompanying his parents that he was able to show off his skills outside. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yang Shui's delicate nose wrinkled. Big brother only knows how to talk nonsense. No wonder he can deceive so many sisters-in-law. Yang Kai laughed. The space array flashed again, and Martial Beast arrived with Mo Xiaoqi and Fu Xian. Immediately after, the great emperors of the secular world, Wen Zishan, and Jiao Shueting appeared together. After a while, Yarrow Jun Haiji and his son arrived. Since the War of the Two Worlds, there had never been a day when the High Heaven Palace's space array was activated so frequently. There had never been a day when so many masters gathered together. The Wondrous Pill Great Emperors came with several of his disciples, the Flowering Shadow Great Emperors came with Li Shiqing, the Heaven Secret Great Emperors came with Jiao Zhan, the Ice Feather Great Emperors came alone, the Iron Blood Great Emperor came with Lin Yun the 3 Saint Masters of the Ancient Wildlands, Chongqi, Liu Yang, and Shanqing Luo, they all came. Before Yang Kai left, he had arranged countless space arrays in the entire star boundary, connecting the 4 territories together. Anyone could go anywhere in the star boundary without any restrictions. The reason for this was to make it convenient for the great forces to support each other and help each other. Because of this, it didn't take long for many masters to come to the High Heaven Palace. If not for this, the masters from the other territories would have to waste a lot of time to come. Yang Kai greeted the great emperors one by one. Although he remained calm on the surface, he was surprised in his heart. He found that the auras of the great emperors of the star boundary were very weak. It was obvious that they had not recovered from their injuries. It had been more than 70 years since the War of the Two Worlds. After the war, Yang Kai went into seclusion for 50 years to refine the power of the wood element before leaving the star boundary. According to his original estimation, after such a long time, even if the great emperors had not fully recovered from their injuries, they should have recovered by now. But seeing them again today, he found that his estimation was wrong. Not only did the injuries of several great emperors not show any signs of improvement, but they had also worsened. This made him feel puzzled, But he finally understood why the situation in the star boundary was so bad, and why the great emperors still had not made a move. They had not recovered from their injuries, so how could they make a move? A small stone golem squeezed through the crowd and squeezed toward Yang Kai. When it reached Yang Kai's feet, it climbed up his clothes and sat on Yang Kai's shoulder, giggling foolishly. The High Heaven Palace was very lively. With so many masters present, the two chief stewards were very busy. They immediately arranged for people to set up a banquet and warmly entertained the guests. At the banquet, hundreds of people gathered together. Ordinary people were not qualified to participate in such a banquet. These hundreds of people were the top masters in the 4 territories of the star boundary. Yang Kai sat at the head of the table. He was the main character of today's banquet. The people below, including the great emperors, were all listening to Yang Kai's wonderful description of the world outside the universe. Chapter 4169. It wasn't until now that the experts finally understood the vastness and splendor of the vast universe. Only then did they realize that the great emperors were just a special title and not a martial Dao level. Above the great emperors, there was the heaven-opening realm, which allowed one to create a world of their own within their body. There were countless Chenkuan worlds like the star boundary in this universe. Even the large domains had over 1,000 of them. Each of these large domains had many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The 36 heavenly paradises and 72 blessed lands were the pinnacle powers. Below them were the second-grade powers and third-grade powers. In this vast universe, the star boundary was just a drop in the ocean. Yang Kai had been away for more than 10 years, and although he had grown tremendously, he was still staggering on the path of heaven opening and was still far from advancing. The banquet lasted for a day and a night, and Yang Kai also spoke for a day and a night. Many experts were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. When they left, they all looked absent-minded. The great emperors stayed behind. In a secret room, the great emperors gathered together, including Sheng Yuzhu, Tian Yang, and the 2 great elders of the dragon race. Although the latter 4 were not great emperors of the star boundary, they all had the background of great emperors, so they were qualified to participate in such an occasion. Hua Qing Sai led a group of people to serve tea and respectfully withdrew. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai got to the point and asked solemnly, "Why haven't you recovered from your injuries, and instead showed signs of worsening?" This was also what puzzled him the most. The great emperors were all powerful and had been in seclusion to heal their injuries all these years, so they should have gotten better. Even if there were 1 or 2 who couldn't suppress their injuries, it shouldn't be the case for all the great emperors. Everyone looked at each other. Duan Hongchen smiled bitterly and said, "You haven't been a great empress for long, and you left the star boundary not long after you obtained the recognition of heaven and earth, so you don't know." Yang Kai turned to look. Duan Hongchen sighed and said, "We obtained the recognition of heaven and earth and became the great emperors of the star boundary. Although we can display strength that far exceeds that of an emperor, we are bound together with heaven and earth. Since the last war, we have been seriously injured, and the star boundary's laws have collapsed, heaven and earth has been destroyed, and the territory is unstable." Mo Huang said, "If heaven and earth is getting better, we can naturally borrow the power of heaven and earth to heal ourselves, but the power of heaven and earth is almost exhausted, so who would dare to casually drain the pond? All these years of seclusion were just to suppress my injuries." Zhon Wuhan added, "If it were an ordinary person, they would be able to slowly recover with the help of some miraculous pills and medicines. However, we can't. If this world doesn't change, people like us will never have any hope of recovering. Unless we're like you, we can jump out of this world and head out into the universe." Yang Kai suddenly understood. Just as Duan Hongchen said, the great emperors obtained the recognition of heaven and earth, so they were bound together with heaven and earth. The star boundary's situation was deteriorating, and their situation was not optimistic. Yang Kai's recovery ability was extremely strong, and he had the wood element power condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, so he did not have any hidden dangers in this area. But the others did not have this convenience. So, in the end, we still have to solve the star boundary's problems. Chu Tianji looked at Yang Kai, "Shu Kong, since you have returned, you must have found a solution?" Everyone looked at him with burning eyes, full of ardent hope. Yang Kai immediately nodded and said, I have some ideas, but I can't guarantee whether it will work or not. Whether the world tree's roots were useful or not, they would only know after using them. If it didn't work, then they could only migrate. Whether it works or not, we have to try. Yang Kai stood up and said, this matter should not be delayed, I will start now. Everyone, please wait and see. Everyone's expression was refreshed. Yang Kai closed his eyes for a moment, then his figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on top of a mountain. This mountain was tens of thousands of li away from Towering Palace. It was the intersection of the 4 domains of the star world. The mountain was as high as 100 blades, but it was a barren and nameless mountain. There was not the slightest bit of greenery, only grey gravel and rock. Immersing his mind into the small sealed world, Yang Kai carefully took out the world tree's roots. The small sealed world shook slightly. When he first obtained the world tree's roots, Yang Kai casually threw them into the small sealed world. Who would have thought that after investigating, the roots actually took root in the small sealed world and turned into a small sapling, madly devouring the world energy in the small sealed world and growing rapidly. As it grew, the world principles of the small sealed world were rapidly perfected and the world around it stabilized. If he hadn't discovered this at that time, he wouldn't have connected this root with RDA's previous advice. It was after discovering this that Yang Kai remembered this. Since he planned to use the world tree to repair the star boundary, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't allow it to develop in the small sealed world, so he immediately sealed the entire small sealed world's world energy to prevent it from devouring it. When the world tree's roots were taken out at this time, it was still just a small sapling. Yang Kai carefully dug a hole in front of him and planted the small sapling, then covered it with dust. After thinking about it, he waved his hand and summoned a stream of clear water from a distance and sprinkled it on the roots. Feeling uneasy, Yang Kai looked at the small sapling in front of him and waited quietly. The survival of the star boundary depended on this moment. Yang Kai looked calm on the surface, but he was secretly nervous. There was no movement. The small sapling swayed with the wind, its leaves green, but the expected movement didn't appear. Kai Yang's heart was filled with shock. What was going on? When he first threw the roots into the small sealed world, he didn't do anything and it took root and sprouted branches and leaves. Now that he was carefully cultivating it, why wasn't there any movement? Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard a slight rustling sound. Before Yang Kai could figure out the reason, the rustling sound suddenly turned into a rumbling sound, and the whole hill shook. At the same time, a continuous and terrifying suction force came from the small sapling, madly devouring the surrounding world energy. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly investigated. Underground, invisible to the naked eye, the roots of the small sapling extended wildly, reaching deep into the ground and expanding. In just a few breaths, it had expanded to more than a dozen acres, and it was still expanding at an even faster speed. The whole barren hill was undulating, and the roots were exposed to the outside, shattering the sand and stones. The small sapling rose steadily, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai retreated again and again. In just half an hour, the small sapling that was as tall as a person turned into a towering tree that was more than 300 meters tall. The tree crown was dense, like a large umbrella, covering the whole hill. The growth didn't stop. Deep underground, the roots of the world tree continued to extend, and on the surface, the world tree grew uncontrollably. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that a void crack 100 miles away from this barren hill gradually disappeared with the growth and influence of the world tree. And in the area covered by the roots of the world tree, the broken world principles solidified. Not only were they restored to their original state, but they were even stronger. It was done. Although Yang Kai had guessed that the roots of the world tree would be of great use to the astral plane when he first obtained them, it was only now that he confirmed it. With this world tree, the astral plane would no longer have to worry. Of course, this wasn't the real world tree. It was just an evolution of the roots of the world tree. Strictly speaking, it was just a clone of the world tree. The real 3000 world tree was still in the land of the ancients. He wondered if this clone of the world tree would bear the 3000 world fruit after it grew up. Yang Kai was excited. If it could bear the 3,000 world fruit, it would be amazing. When the clone of the world tree grew another 100 feet tall, its growth slowed down significantly. Yang Kai carefully examined it and found that it wasn't that it had reached its limit, but that it couldn't supply enough energy. Its growth required a terrifying amount of world energy. Almost all the world energy within hundreds of thousands of miles had been sucked dry by it. Although the world energy from other places would automatically flow over to replenish it, it would still take some time. After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately took out a large number of source crystals from his space ring and frantically sprinkled them. The source crystals exploded before they hit the ground, turning into pure world energy. The growth of the world tree sped up again. Now that source crystals were no longer of much use to his cultivation, he still had some left, which he could use in this place. But it wasn't over yet. Yang Kai's divine sense surged, sending messages to all sides. A moment later, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. When the void rippled, a vortex appeared and Mo Huang walked out. When he looked up and saw a giant tree 100 feet tall standing in front of him, he couldn't help but be surprised. This is the world tree. When Yang Kai sent messages to all sides, he also informed them of the situation here and the needs of the world tree, so Mo Huang naturally understood. Strictly speaking, this is the world tree's clone, Yang Kai said as he continued to sprinkle source crystals. Mo Huang's face lit up. This thing is really useful. The laws here are very different from other places in the star boundary. They are much more solid. Saying so, he also threw out a large number of source crystals from his space ring. The next moment, Chu Tianji also walked out of the vortex and sprinkled the source crystals in his hand without saying a word. Then, Zhon Wu Hen, Hua Linglong, Yarrow Jun, the great emperors all had huge stashes of source crystals on hand. They usually didn't use them, but they came in handy at this time. The great emperors worked together, and the scene was spectacular. The massive amount of source crystals turned into world energy, and the world tree's clone didn't reject them. It was like a bottomless hole, swallowing as much as it could. After them, Hua Qing-sai also rushed over with the storage of the High Heaven Palace, Wen Zishan, and the leaders of the major forces in the 4 territories. After receiving the void token, no one hid anything and all contributed their strength. The originally deserted barren mountain was bustling with noise and excitement. The world tree continued to grow. Its roots extended underground, spreading toward the 4 territories, almost covering the entire star boundary. Wherever the roots spread, the broken laws of heaven and earth quickly recovered. The thick death aura that had shrouded the star boundary for a long time finally disappeared at this moment. Chapter 4170. A few days later, Zhon Wuhan flew over from afar, accompanied by a rumbling sound. In his hand was an existence that looked like a giant dragon. The spiritual qi around it was oppressive. It was a spirit vein. Zhon Wuhen pulled it out from somewhere. He flew in front of the world tree and smashed it down. The spirit vein collapsed and turned into surging spirit energy. It was as if a storm had erupted and swept in all directions, shaking the earth and mountains. This storm only lasted for a dozen breaths before disappearing. It was completely devoured by the world tree's clone. With the help of the spirit vein, the world tree's clone suddenly shot up dozens of feet. The great emperors of Icefeather also pulled out a spirit vein. The martial beast did the same. With so many spirit veins, the world tree's clone grew very quickly. Yang Kai was watching happily at first, but the more he watched, the more he felt that something was wrong. The growth of the world tree was not stopping at all. Chu Tianji was also worried. Shu Kong, is the world tree going to suck the astral world dry? Although the growth of the world tree had stabilized this part of the astral boundary, and the broken laws were obviously showing signs of being repaired, the consumption of the world's spirit energy was too frightening. If this continued, it would only take a few years for the entire astral boundary's spirit energy to be completely devoured. At that time, so what if the astral world's laws were stabilized? Without spirit energy, how could a cultivator cultivate? It can't be. Yang Kai was also a little uncertain. If that was really the case, it would be smashing his own foot. He had planted the World Tree's clone to save the astral world, but if the astral world changed because of this, the loss would outweigh the gain. At this time, the World Tree's clone was already thousands of feet tall. The barren mountain that originally existed here had long disappeared, crushed into nothingness by the roots of Pangu's disjointed roots. Such a huge tree could be seen even from a distance. And under the ground, the roots of the World Tree had already spread over a radius of 1,000,000 miles. This area of 1,000,000 kilometers was obviously different from the rest of the star boundary. It was being transformed by an inexplicable and mysterious force, giving life to the shattered laws. Time passed. A month later, the World Tree's clone had grown to a height of 10,000 feet. The huge tree canopy covered hundreds of thousands of miles of territory. The towering tree was like a guardian deity, protecting this part of the world. Its roots extended to an unknown location, covering almost 10% of the entire star boundary. At this point, the growth of the World Tree suddenly slowed down. Yang Kai sensed it carefully and discovered that the World Tree had not stopped growing. It was just invisible to the naked eye. It was no longer growing taller or larger, but the roots that extended underground were still spreading to every corner of the astral plane at an extremely firm speed. At the same time, from the sky, traces of inexplicable power were attracted by the Tree of World and absorbed by it. Through every branch and leaf on the huge treetop, pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth was condensed and fed back to the land. The power of the stars. Zhong Wu Hen raised his eyebrows. The great emperor's senses were extremely sharp. Not a single change in the World Tree could escape their detection. The inexplicable power from the sky was clearly the power of the stars in the vast universe. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. From the current situation, the star boundary could be considered to be stable. There was no need to worry that the World Tree would drain the star boundary's spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It would absorb the power of the stars and continue to grow. When its roots could cover the entire star boundary one day, the star boundary's laws of heaven and earth would be completely restored. It might even obtain unimaginable benefits. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth that had been consumed because of its growth could also be replenished by the power of the stars it absorbed. One day, it would be able to replenish the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that it consumed 10 times, 100 times, or even more. At that time, what kind of changes would occur in the star boundary? The World Tree was indeed very mysterious. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. When he turned his head to look, he saw that the great emperor's complexions had indeed improved a little. Even their auras had become much more stable. The star boundary had benefited, and the great emperors, who were bound together with the star boundary for good or ill, would also benefit. Even their control over the star boundary had increased a little. Under the World Tree, more than 10 figures stood quietly, silently observing. Yang Kai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He took out the communication device with Lu Shui. After sensing it, a look of surprise appeared on his face. However, he was very happy and relieved. He said to the great emperors, "I'll be back soon." His figure swayed and disappeared. A moment later, Yang Kai's figure appeared at the periphery of the star boundary. He looked up and saw a huge monster with its back facing him. It was striding away and walking into the distance. That huge monster, if not the giant god Rda, who else could it be? His movements were not fast. One could even say that he was extremely slow. However, every step he took covered an astonishing distance. After 2 or 3 steps, the huge figure was only a small black dot left. Lu Shui flew over and reported, "Master, this giant god Rda suddenly got up and left without saying anything." "I see." Yang Kai nodded. Rda was attracted by the dying aura of the star boundary. He had stayed at the periphery of the star boundary for decades, waiting for the star boundary to die. However, this time, he brought back the clone of the World Tree and pulled the star boundary back from the brink of death. Rda obviously felt something, so he left. Rda's departure also indirectly confirmed the future of the star boundary. If the star boundary was still on the verge of death, Rda would not leave just like that. This was a good thing. Yang Kai's figure flashed, and he sped away. It did not take long for him to catch up with Rda. He stood in front of him and shouted, "Rda, RDA lowered his head to look at him. When he saw that it was him, he did not stop walking. He reached out and held him in his hand, grinning. RDA is leaving. Where are you going? Yang Kai asked. RDA was at a loss for a moment, then patted his stomach. RDA is hungry. I'm going to find something to eat. Stay here. I'll give you something to eat. Yang Kai threw out a one-realm bead as he spoke. RDA opened his mouth and swallowed it. As he chewed, he said, I'm not full. RDA wants to eat more. Yang Kai was speechless. He originally wanted RDA to stay. After all, with such a huge monster guarding the periphery of the star boundary, no one would dare to have any ideas about the star boundary. However, RDA had been here for so many years. Although he had eaten many one-realm beads, to him, they were just snacks before the meal. What he wanted to eat was still the real world of heaven and earth. Yang Kai could not satisfy this at all. Will we meet again in the future? Yang Kai shouted. RDA laughed foolishly. Yang Kai sighed and shouted again, open your mouth. Ah! RDA opened his mouth. It was as if he could swallow a stars. Dozens of one-realm beads were thrown out. They surged into RDA's mouth and disappeared. RDA's expression was joyful when he heard the sounds of crunching. Yang Kai had already jumped down from RDA's palm. He stood in the void and watched RDA leave. Soon, RDA disappeared from his sight. He did not know if he would ever see RDA again in this lifetime. The giant gods were peaceful people. They did not have a fixed residence. They chased after the dying world of heaven and earth. They were gifted with the ability to smell the aura of the world of heaven and earth from very far away. They would go many years in advance and wait quietly. However, the universe was so vast. After this farewell, it would be difficult for them to meet again in the future. When Yang Kai returned to the foot of the world tree, the great emperors were still standing under the tree. Mo Huang glanced at him and asked, what are your plans for the future? Now that the crisis of the star boundary had been resolved, the burden that had been weighing on everyone's hearts for decades had been removed. They no longer had to worry about the survival of the star boundary. It was time to think about the future. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, I was just about to tell you about this. I have seized the spirit province outside the universe. It's called the Void Land. Now, there are many things waiting to be done. I want to invite all of you to go back with me and build the Void Land. Not only you, but I want to take anyone in the star boundary who has cultivated to the Third Order Emperor realm as long as they are willing. A Third Order Emperor realm cultivator was qualified to come into contact with the universe, but they could not cross the void with their own strength. As for those below the Third Order Emperor realm, if they were willing, Yang Kai could take them with him. The Void Land was currently in need of manpower. Although there were many outsiders helping, they were not as reliable as their own people. Moreover, if the Void Land wanted to develop and grow, it was essential to absorb new blood. When Mo Huang heard this, he said, in the past, we didn't know that the road ahead was vast, but now that we know, we naturally want to experience even more wonderful scenery. It's just that, if we all leave, who will protect this vast star boundary? What if a strong enemy invades? I'll stay, Zhon Wu Hen said in a deep voice. Duan Hong Chen smiled meaningfully, I can also stay. Seeing that the other great emperors were about to speak, Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped them. You don't have to do this. I will arrange the star boundary's future. To tell you the truth, I didn't come back alone this time. I brought 3 subordinates, all of whom have the power to split open the heavens. It won't be a problem to leave one person behind to guard the star boundary. Moreover, the star boundary is located in a relatively remote territory. There are only a few universe worlds in this territory, so under normal circumstances, no one will come here. He himself had spent a great deal of effort to find the star boundary. Which heaven-opening realm cultivator would come to the star boundary to show off their strength? This place did not have much of an attraction to heaven-opening realm cultivators. If that was not the case, the star boundary would have had records of heaven-opening realm cultivators for so many years. The great emperors looked at each other and nodded. Since Kai Yang had even thought of this point, They naturally didn't have to worry about the consequences. Soon, a piece of news spread throughout the world. The great emperors of the void wanted to bring third-layer Emperor Realm cultivators to the universe world. Those who were interested could gather at the High Heaven Palace. As for those below the third-layer Emperor Realm, if they were interested, they could also go to the High Heaven Palace to register and make their choice. In the entire star boundary, there were originally quite a few third-layer Emperor Realm cultivators, but some of them had been killed or injured in the Great War of the Two Worlds. Now, there were only about 30 of them left. There was not much room for these people to develop in the star boundary, so they had to be taken to the void. However, there were countless cultivators below the third-layer Emperor Realm. Naturally, it was impossible to bring all of them to the void, so only a few could be chosen. Chapter 4171. Before the War of the Two Realms, the world did not know about the outside world. It was not until after the War of the Two Realms that young Kai left the star boundary that the world knew that there were more exciting and stronger existences outside the universe. Now, decades had passed, and the great emperors of the void had returned. Not only did they solve the immediate problems of the star boundary, but they also intended to lead the cultivators of the star boundary to the vast universe. The world was shocked. Countless cultivator rushed like a flock of duck. In the 4 territories of the star boundary, cultivator after cultivator rushed through the space array to Ice Snow City outside the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. There, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were responsible for registering the names, origins, cultivation, and specialties of the visitors. For a time, Ice Snow City was full of people. Eastern Territory, Azure Sun Temple. On Myriad Saints Peak, the temple master of Azure Sun Temple, Wen Zishan, was wearing a purple robe. He stood facing the sea of clouds with his hands behind his back. Myriad Saints Peak was the main peak of Azure Sun Temple, and also the place where Wen Zishan lived and cultivated. It towered into the clouds and was magnificent. Wen Zishan gazed at the rolling clouds while Jiao Shueting stood beside him, graceful and elegant. When the sun rose from the east, its golden radiance spread over the sea of clouds, making the already beautiful scenery even more magnificent. Footsteps came from behind, followed by the voices of 3 people. Greetings, Temple Master. Greetings, Elder Jiao. When Zishan turned around and looked at the 3 people in front of him. He smiled and nodded. You're here. The 3 people standing in front of him were the triad of Azure Sun Temple's younger generation, Xia Sheng, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao Xiao. These 3 were the most outstanding disciples of Azure Sun Temple, and now they had all cultivated to the second-order Emperor Realm. Xia Sheng cupped his fists and said, "May I know why Temple Master has summoned us?" Compared to decades ago, Xia Sheng's expression was more calm. Back then, his temperament was extremely lively, but after the War of the Two Realms, he had grown a lot. Good news, Wen Zishan smiled. Xia Sheng said, "Please enlighten me, Temple Master." Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao also looked at him suspiciously. They did not know what good news their Temple Master was talking about. Wen Zishan said, "It's like this. The 3 of you are now second-order Emperor Realm Masters. In the entire star boundary, there aren't many people stronger than you. It's time for you to take on more difficult tests and more difficult tasks." The 3 looked serious. "I want to choose one of the 3 of you to inherit the position of the Azure Sun Temple Master, but all 3 of you have your own strengths. I don't know how to choose, so I have to carefully consider." Xia Sheng and the others looked at each other. "Yes." Wen Zishan nodded. Murong Xiao Xiao frowned and said, "But Temple Master, although the 3 of us are already emperors, we are still young and inexperienced. How can we inherit the position of Temple Master?" Wen Zishan smiled, "You don't have to worry about this. With this king behind you, who would dare to say anything? What's more, the temple also needs you young people to lead the way. You may do a better job than us old guys." Xiao Baiyi cupped his fists and said, "Please reconsider, Temple Master. The temple is not yet on the brink of destruction. I'm afraid it would be inappropriate to pass on the position so hastily. What if the foundation of the temple is shaken?" When Zishan raised his hand and said, "I've made up my mind. Xia Sheng looked at him suspiciously. Temple Master, I seem to have heard that the Void Master intends to take people outside the universe. No. Wen Zishan flatly denied. Where did you hear this rumor from? Do you believe it? Xiao Baiyi also said, I heard that the Void Master will take away all Third Order Emperor Realm Masters. Any cultivator below the Third Order Emperor Realm can go to Ice Snow City to register. Nonsense. Wen Zishan chuckled. Murong Xiao Xiao looked at Wen Zishan, Temple Master. Although the Void Master is one of the great emperors, he cultivated with us in the past. We can contact him. Wen Zishan's face twitched as he let out a dry laugh. So it's like this. Since you all know about it, then this king won't hide it from you. Ahem, that's right. Lord Void is going to take some people outside of Qiankuan. Your martial uncle Gao and I are part of this group, so before we leave, I want to pass the position of Temple Master to one of the three of you. After all, a house can't be without a leader for even a day. Now that we're all gone, the temple needs someone to oversee it, and I think the three of you are very suitable. Xia Sheng, as the eldest senior brother, you have to take the position of Temple Master and live up to the years of nurturing this king and your martial uncle Gao. Xia Sheng looked up at the sky and pretended not to hear. The veins on Wen Zishan's forehead throbbed as he looked at Xiao Baiyi again. Xiao Bai, although your strength is slightly weaker than Xia Sheng, your temperament is the most stable. This king has long decided to let you inherit the position of Temple Master. I believe that with your leadership, the temple can move towards a better future. Xiao Baiyi picked his ears. Wen Zishan's face turned ugly as he looked at Murong Xiao Xiao and said earnestly, Xiao Xiao, although you are a woman, you are not inferior to men. Do you like the position of Temple Master? If you do, you can take the Temple Master's seal now. With this king's help, you will be able to refine it completely in a few days. Since the creation of my temple, there has never been a female Temple Master. If you accept, you will be the first female Temple Master in history. Your name will go down in history and you will be revered by future generations. Murong Xiao Xiao said weakly, Temple Master, since the establishment of our temple, you are the only Temple Master, right? These are all trivial matters, there is no need to pay attention to them. But, Murong Xiao Xiao hesitated, but the three of us have already signed up. Ice Snow City has already registered. What? Wen Zishan looked as if he was struck by lightning as his face turned pale. When did this happen? Yesterday, Murong Xiao Xiao whispered back. Wen Zishan clutched his chest and looked at the three of them bitterly. You have disappointed this king too much. The temple needs you right now, but you actually acted so carelessly. This king is sad. D-I-W-A-N. Split. Xia Sheng said, Temple Master, we also want to see the wonderful things outside the universe. If we take the Temple Master's seal, how can we leave? But you can't all leave. Wen Zishan was furious. If you all leave, what will happen to the temple? Xiao Baiyi thought for a while and said seriously, if there is no other way, Temple Master, you can stay. Bastard. Wen Zishan was furious and almost spat out his saliva. You want to go outside the universe, but this king doesn't want to go. A group of ingrates. This king has taught you for so many years in vain. From the time you were crying piteously for food until now, this is how you repay this king. This is really infuriating. The three of them did not say a word and let Wen Zishan curse endlessly. When he was tired of scolding, Xia Sheng cupped his fists and said, Temple Master, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave first. Saying so, he signaled to Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao with his eyes, and the three of them said in unison, Disciple will take his leave. They ran down the mountain like a wisp of smoke. Don't go, let's talk things over. Wen Zishan shouted, but no one paid attention to him. In the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared. Wen Zishan gritted his teeth and said, How dare they? Little Xueting, did you see that? These three little bastards don't put me, the Temple Master, in their eyes at all. Gao Xueting smiled and said, All right, don't be angry. As she spoke, she stepped forward and stroked Wen Zishan's undulating chest to calm him down. If it were me, I wouldn't accept the Temple Master's seal at this time. They are all grown up and have their own pursuits and dreams, isn't that a good thing? But what about the temple? Wen Zishan asked. Jiao Shueting smiled. If it's not possible, I'll take charge. A person's voice came, and Qiu Ran walked out of the sea of clouds and bowed. Greetings, Temple Master. Greetings, Madam. Wen Zishan looked at Qiu Ran in astonishment. Junior brother Qiu, you. Qiu Ran smiled and said, I'm old, so I won't waste my time. No one knows what's outside the universe except for the Void Master, but it will be a long journey. When one gets old, it's easy to miss home. I'll stay. Western Territory, Liu Family Hall. Under the witness of many family elders, the Liu family patriarch handed the patriarch's seal to a young man, unfilial son. From today onwards, you are the patriarch of the Liu family. Your aptitude is average, but your temperament is steady. I don't ask you to expand the Liu family's territory, but you must do your best and live up to the expectations of the Liu family's ancestors. The Liu family young master took the patriarch's seal solemnly and knelt on the ground. This child will remember father's word. The Liu family patriarch nodded. Then I can rest assured. Tomorrow, I will lead people to Ice Snow City in the Northern Territory. If everything goes well, I will follow the Void Master to the universe. If you still want to see me in this life, then work hard in your cultivation. The Void Master said that in the future, as long as you cultivate to the third stage Emperor realm, he will send people to receive you. The Liu family young master kowtowed. This child wishes father and uncles a safe journey. Eastern Territory, Sky Union City. City Lord Shu Tian. He was a First Order Emperor realm master. At this time, he summoned his favorite son to pass on the position of City Lord. Northern Territory, Immaculate Island. Island Lord Jiang Juzi lifted a young man by the collar and pressed him to the throne. He stuffed the Island Lord's seal into the young man's hand and patted him on the shoulder. Boy, from today onwards, you are the Island Lord of Immaculate Island. The young man cried, Master, you can't do this to this disciple. This disciple doesn't want to be an Island Lord. This disciple wants to follow the Void Master to achieve great things. Don't talk nonsense. Master will take care of following the Void Master. You just have to be the Island Lord and live a carefree life. Come, everyone greet the new Island Lord. Jiang Juzi called out, and many of the Immaculate Island's higher-ups cupped their fists and bowed with strange expressions. Greetings, Island Lord. In the Fourth Territory, there were countless such scenes. When the great emperors of the Void wanted to take people to the universe, countless people rushed like ducks. The cultivator who did not have any restraints rushed to Ice Snow City to register, but for people like Jiang Juzi, the Liu family patriarch, and the City Lord of Sky Union City, it was not easy for them to leave. They had to make proper arrangements. In a short time, about 70% of the leaders of the world's great forces changed hands. Chapter 4172. Outside Ice Snow City, two streams of light flew over and landed outside the city gate, turning into the figures of two young men. One was tall and sturdy with a wide mouth and a split nose, while the other was handsome and elegant. When the two of them looked up, they were both shocked. The tall and sturdy young man let out a strange cry. Zixiao, there are so many people here. The handsome young man called Zixiao said, the Void Master returned a few days ago and brought news from outside the universe. This time, he is going to take some people away, so of course everyone came here. It has only been 10 days, and there is already such a grand occasion. It can be seen how powerful the Void Master is. As time passes, there will only be more in the future. Xiao Wu, we have to work hard this time. Whether we can follow the Void Master and achieve great things depends on today. Xiao Wu nodded seriously and clenched his fists. Work hard, we can do it. Let's go, let's enter the city first. Zixiao called out and passed through the city gate with his companions, walking into the city. Looking from outside the city, it felt like Ice Snow City was packed with people, but when they entered the city, they found that the situation was a little different from what they had imagined. The city was actually very vast, and although there were many people, it was not crowded. Instead, it seemed very spacious. The two of them were stunned and did not understand what was going on. While they were in a daze, they saw a person walk over and say with a smile, "Two little brothers, Are you here to register? Ah. Xiao Wu scratched his head and quickly nodded. Yes, we are here to register. You are. The person smiled and said, I am a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. My surname is Shu. You can call me Brother Shu. I am mainly responsible for leading you to different places to register. A disciple of the High Heaven Palace. The eyes of the two young men immediately lit up. They stared at Brother Shu with burning eyes, their eyes full of admiration and envy. Ever since they had proven their Tao in the void and obtained the position of great emperors, they had led the various armies of the astral world to fight to the death against the demon race. After they had defended the last pure land of the astral world, the name of the High Heaven Palace had spread throughout the world. How many people dreamed of joining the High Heaven Palace? How many people longed to become a part of the High Heaven Palace? Unfortunately, for so many years, the High Heaven Palace had never recruited disciples from the outside world, causing countless people in the star boundary to have no way to enter. The two youngsters were of low birth. Although they had long heard of the High Heaven Palace's reputation, this was the first time they had set foot in the Northern Territory and the first time they had seen a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. They felt that this Brother Shu was indeed different from others. He was like a dazzling sun, and from what they could sense, this Brother Shu was at least a Tao Source Realm cultivator. As expected of the High Heaven Palace, the disciple in charge of guiding outsiders to register had such a cultivation. The two youngsters were shocked. The young man named Zi Xiao had a calmer temperament. After a brief moment of surprise, he cupped his fists and said, Greetings, Brother Shu. May I ask, with our cultivation, where should we register? Brother Shu smiled and said, If I'm not mistaken, you two should be in the origin returning realm. Zi Xiao blushed with shame and scratched his head. We've made a fool of ourselves, brother. We started cultivating late. He lowered his voice and said, Brother Shu, with our cultivation, is there any hope for us to follow the Void Master? I've seen that all the cultivator who has passed by are very strong. An origin returning realm cultivator might be considered a master in the territory of the lower planes, but in the star boundary, they were nothing. The two brothers had hesitated for a long time before, not knowing whether they should come to Ice Snow City or not, but in the end, the desire in their hearts overcame their inferiority complex. They stepped onto the space array and teleported to the nearest city to Ice Snow City. Brother Shu laughed. The Void Master is choosing people to go to the outside world this time, not just because of their cultivation. Of course, cultivation is also a part of it, but if you have other specialties, you still have a chance. Specialties? Zi Xiao raised his eyebrows. Alchemy, artifact refining, array Tao, and so on. As long as you have something that you can take out, you can show it. The two brothers looked at each other and said in unison, We know how to arrange spirit arrays. Brother Shu nodded, Then it's easy. Let's go, I'll take you to the place where array masters register. Saying so, he led the way. Walking on the spacious street, the two brothers were like country bumpkins who had just entered a big city for the first time. Everything was new to them, and they would point to the side from time to time. Zi Xiao suddenly said, Brother Shu, when we were outside, Ice Snow City didn't seem this big, right? Why does it feel different when we enter? Brother Shu smiled. You noticed it too? Not bad, your senses are very sharp. Ice Snow City is indeed not this big. This city can only accommodate 1 million people, but now it can accommodate more than 10 million people. But it's still very spacious. Even if it can accommodate more than 10 million people, it won't matter. And all of this is the work of the Void Master. A mustard seed contains Mount Sumeru. Zi Xiao suddenly thought of something and his expression turned solemn. Brother Shu scratched his head. I can't say, but our Void Master is proficient in space principles. I don't know what kind of method he used, but the interior of Ice Snow City is now so spacious. The Void Master's methods are truly heaven-defying, Zi Xiao said with a fanatical expression. Xiao Wu laughed heartily. There will be a day when us brothers will be able to do whatever we want. Brother Shu said, You two little brothers are very ambitious. In front of us is the registration area. You can go there yourselves. I still have to continue receiving other outsiders, so I won't accompany you. Thank you, Brother Shu. The two bowed and thanked him. Brother Shu waved his hand, and his figure disappeared into the crowd. After he left, the two brothers looked at a large hall in front of them. There were people coming and going in the large hall, and it was obvious that they were all here to register like the two brothers. After encouraging each other for a while, they walked in. With a glance, they saw that the large hall was divided into dozens of areas of territory. Each area of territory had a cultivator wearing the uniform of the High Heaven Palace, and there were many cultivators waiting in line in each area of territory. The two of them chose a place where there were fewer people and waited quietly. Not long after, it was their turn. The two stepped forward and cupped their hands together. "Greetings, brother." Their expressions were solemn and dignified. Behind the counter, the High Heaven Palace disciple raised his head and glanced at them. He smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. This is just a registration and a small test." Although he said this, the two youths still looked tense. Under the guidance of the High Heaven Palace disciple, they reported their names, ages, and specialties. The High Heaven Palace disciple looked at them in surprise. "You two have cultivated for only 12 years, and you have such cultivation. Your aptitude is not bad. What's rare is that you even dabble in formations. Since that's the case, you two can set up a spirit-gathering formation here." The two youths nodded and immediately got busy. This was just a simple test. The people who had registered before them had also done this, and it wasn't targeted at them. Therefore, the two youths got busy without hesitation. A spirit-gathering formation was the most basic and simple formation, and there was no formation master who didn't know how to do it. The High Heaven Palace didn't provide the materials, so the two youths had to figure it out themselves. Fortunately, the two youths had set up a spirit-gathering formation countless times during their cultivation, so they were naturally familiar with it this time. While the two youths were setting up, a person suddenly walked into the main hall. With his hands behind his back, he patrolled the territory of each district. The cultivator who came here to register was all required to set up a spirit-gathering formation. This person stopped in front of the territory of each district and observed, nodding from time to time with a look of approval or slowly shaking his head. Not long after, he came to the territory of Zi Xiao and Little Wu. When the High Heaven Palace disciple in charge of this place saw him, he quickly got up and was about to salute him, but the person waved his hand, indicating that he shouldn't make a fuss. The High Heaven Palace disciple smiled and sat down again. The person glanced at the spirit-gathering formation that Zi Xiao and Little Wu were setting up, and his eyes suddenly lit up as he watched with great interest. The High Heaven Palace disciple was slightly surprised. Others didn't know this person's identity, but he did. In terms of array Dao, there was probably no one in the entire star boundary who could compare to him. Was there something special about the spirit-gathering formation that these two youths were setting up? He himself was also slightly proficient in array Dao, otherwise, he wouldn't have been arranged here to register. He immediately looked over, and after observing for a while, he suddenly discovered that the spirit-gathering formation that these two youths were setting up was indeed a little different from the one he had seen before. Although there were many types of spirit-gathering formations, they were all basically the same. There were a total of 49 arrangements, but in his memory, the spirit-gathering formation in front of him didn't belong to any of them. What kind of arrangement was this? Just as he was secretly puzzled, Zi Xiao and Little Wu stopped and let out a sigh of relief. Zi Xiao said, "Brother, the spirit-gathering formation has been set up. Please examine it, brother." The High Heaven Palace disciple raised his head and looked behind the two youths. With this person here, how could it be his turn to examine it? Zi Xiao and Little Wu seemed to have noticed something and turned their heads to look, only to discover that someone was standing behind them. The person had his hands behind his back, straightened his robes, and squatted on the ground without a care for his image. He looked at the spirit-gathering formation in front of him and said, "The materials have been reduced by about 10%, and there are 2 less bases, but the effect has been increased by 20%. This kind of method is very ancient, not modern." When Zi Xiao and Little Wu heard this, they immediately showed surprised expressions. They then heard the person say, "The way of thinking is strange, but it's a pity that the person who set up the spirit-gathering formation is clumsy." Obviously, He hasn't received complete instruction. If he could be more mature, the effect of this spirit-gathering formation could be increased by another 10%. After saying this, the person stood up and nodded, not bad. Looking at the two youths with a smile, he asked, "Which senior did you inherit this from?" Zi Xiao and Xiao Wu couldn't help but become vigilant. The person in front of them was right. The two of them were originally the sons of hunters in the mountains. When they were young, they accidentally got lost while playing in the mountains and entered a cave. Who would have thought that there would be a skeleton in the cave? The two of them obtained something from the skeleton. Without the guidance of a teacher, the two youths were self-taught. All of this was the two youths' biggest secret, but who would have thought that it would be exposed by a complete stranger here? For a moment, the two youths even had thoughts of killing him to silence him. Chapter 4173. Oh! The man seemed to have noticed something and glanced at the two with a smile, his aura suddenly erupting. Zi Xiao and Xiao Wu felt like a mountain was about to crash into them. They couldn't help but groan and take a few steps back, the blood in their chests roiling. Emperor Realm! The two were shocked. This ordinary-looking guy was actually from the Emperor Realm. The two of them were just puny origin returning realm cultivators. How could they resist the pressure of the Emperor Realm? If this person hadn't restrained his aura by 90%, the two of them might have already exploded under the pressure. Their souls were shaken, and when they regained their senses, the man was already gone. Looking at each other, the two of them broke out in cold sweat and felt a chill run down their backs. Congratulations! The High Heaven Palace disciple stood up and cupped his fists. Zi Xiao and Xiao Wu were baffled, not knowing what to congratulate them for. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Zi Xiao said, "Brother, that master is..." The High Heaven Palace disciple chuckled and said, "You two are proficient in array Dao, yet you don't know the name of that master?" Zi Xiao blushed with shame and said, "Us two brothers are from the countryside and have shallow knowledge. Please enlighten us, brother." The High Heaven Palace disciple said seriously, "That master's surname is Southern Gate." As soon as this was said, Zi Xiao and Xiao Wu couldn't help narrowing their eyes, the latter even exclaiming, "Could he be the master of the Southern Gate army?" Yes. Zi Xiao and Xiao Wu were stunned. As array masters, they had naturally heard of the Southern Gate army. This was the most powerful array Dao Grandmaster in Star Boundary. It was said that the High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array was arranged by him. During the Great War between the two realms, the High Heaven Palace relied on this sect-protecting array to resist the countless attacks of the demon race, preserving Star Boundary's last pure land. It could be said that the great Emperors of the Void played a major role in Star Boundary's success today, but the Southern Gate Army's contributions were also indispensable. Even though they lived in the remote wilderness, they had heard the name of the South Gate Army many times. The two brothers had always regarded this Grandmaster as their goal. They had always dreamed that one day, they would be able to sit on the same level as him and exchange knowledge of arrays with him. They didn't dare to imagine that this Grandmaster would magically appear beside them and even comment on the spirit-gathering formation they had set up. Furthermore, the two of them had even thought of killing him to silence him. If they had known the other party's identity, how would they have dared to have such thoughts? Xiao Wu immediately scratched his ears and cheeks, and said with a flushed face, "Zixiao." Zi Xiao didn't know what to say. He let out a long sigh with a dispirited look on his face. If Grandmaster Nan Men saw this, he would probably think that the two of them were useless. The voice of the disciple from the High Heaven Palace could be heard. The Master of the South Gate has never given anyone such a high evaluation before. It seems that the attainments of the two little brothers in array formation have already caught his eye. What? What? Little Wu looked over in surprise. Master Nan Men gave us a very high evaluation. Was there such a thing? How come he didn't know about it? The disciple from the High Heaven Palace continued, "Didn't the Master of the South Gate say that you two are not bad? He has patrolled this place several times, but he has never said such a thing to anyone else. Little brothers, please continue to work hard and don't disappoint the Master of the South Gate." When they walked out of the main hall, the two brothers were still in a daze. On the main peak of the High Heaven Palace, on the High Heaven Peak, in the bedroom, jade bodies were laid out on the bed, and the air was filled with an extremely strange aura. Yang Kai raised his hand and moved the Shan Qing Luo, who was wrapped around him like an octopus, to the side. He slowly got up and turned his head to look, only to see that the women were still fast asleep. He couldn't help but laugh. After so many years of silence, these days of fierce outbursts, even though the women had cultivated to the third-order emperor realm, they were still somewhat unable to withstand his violent whipping. One after another, they were defeated and tactfully begging for mercy. Shan Qing Luo didn't believe him and insisted on competing with him, but in the end, she fainted. Before her, Su Yang, Xia Ningchang, and Shui Yu were already ravaged and had fallen asleep. In the end, Yu Meng's skill was superior and she perished together with him. In the end, he was the succubus demon saint, and his strength was extraordinary. However, in terms of recovery ability, Yu Meng was not as good as him. At this moment, Yu Meng was curled up on the edge of the bed, her tender body trembling from time to time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, felt that he could still fight for 300 rounds. He got up, put on his clothes, and walked out with disheveled hair. Outside the door, the chief steward, Hua Qing Sai, was waiting respectfully. With a glance, she could vaguely see the boundless spring scenery in the room and couldn't help but blush. "How's the situation in Ice Snow City?" Yang Kai asked as he walked forward. "I was just about to report this matter to the master." Hua Qing Sai followed closely behind. After the news was spread, the 4 territories were shaken. Countless cultivators came to Ice Snow City to register. In just half a month, nearly 30 million people have signed up. So many. Yang Kai was surprised. Although he already knew that the number of people wouldn't be small, this number was still a bit too much. "How many people will Master take this time?" Hua Qing Sai asked respectfully. "Please give me a number, Master, so that we can arrange the next selection." "At most, 500,000. Yang Kai walked to the outer hall, smoothed his robes, and sat down. A maidservant served him tea and respectfully left. 500,000. Hua Qing Sai smiled bitterly. Choosing 500,000 out of 30 million was a huge project, and it had only been half a month. There would be more people signing up later. Her palace master had really given her a difficult problem. However, this wasn't the first time that Yang Kai had given her such a difficult problem. As the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, she naturally knew how to share the burden and solve the problem. Then the High Heaven Palace. Hua Qing Sai hesitated. "Treat everyone equally." Yang Kai took a sip of tea. Except for those third-stage Emperor Realm cultivators who must be taken away, everyone else, no matter who they are, must show their true abilities if they want to go outside the universe. Cultivation is only a part of it, but the key is malleability and growth. The universe is not like the star boundary, and there may be many dangers in the future. You must tell them this as well. "Yes." Hua Qing Sai respectfully replied, "Then this subordinate will go and arrange the procedures. It will take at most 2 months. Everything can be arranged properly. Master, please prepare early." With that said, Hua Qing Sai was about to leave. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Chief Steward, please wait. Does Master have any other orders?" Yang Kai scratched his face and said somewhat awkwardly, "I'll have to trouble Chief Steward to comb my hair. I want to see Father and Mother." Hua Qing Sai couldn't help laughing. "I can't help you with this, but I have a candidate in mind. Call her over. She has been waiting to see Master." With that said, without waiting for Yang Kai's agreement, she immediately took out a communication artifact and contacted her. A moment later, a graceful figure walked in from outside. "This subordinate will take her leave." Hua Qing Sai covered her mouth and chuckled, then left calmly. Yang Kai looked at the person who came, and that person also looked at him. She blushed slightly and bowed. "Greetings, brother. Junior sister Yao." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. The person who came was Ji Yarrow. Ji Yarrow pursed her red lips and said gently, "I heard from Chief Steward that brother needs to tidy up your appearance." Without waiting for her to finish, a strong force suddenly came over. Her body couldn't help but fall forward and fall directly into Yang Kai's arms. That familiar presence enveloped her body and mind, causing Ji Yarrow's heart to be in chaos. Looking up, She saw Yang Kai looking at her with a smile. We haven't seen each other in so many years. Junior sister, you've become estranged. Ji Yaro's eyelashes trembled, and her breathing quickened. Her mouth opened and closed a few times, but she couldn't say a single word. If junior sister doesn't say anything, then I'll do as I please. Yang Kai laughed nastily, got up, and carried Ji Yaro, then walked step by step into the inner hall. Brother, what are you going to do? Ji Yaro suddenly felt that something was wrong, and asked nervously. Yang Kai smiled, and said with a firm gaze, I'm going to give you an explanation. Give me. Give me what explanation? Ji Yaro panicked even more. Yang Kai had already walked in front of a side room, and kicked open the door. The scene inside the room immediately entered her eyes. Ji Yaro's eyes instantly widened. Inside the room, delicate snow-white bodies were laid out horizontally, their clothes scattered on the floor. The entire side room was like a battlefield, and the smell of blood and battle still lingered. The curled-up corpses lying on the floor spasmed from time to time, and murmurs came from their mouths. Ji Yaro had never seen such a cruel scene, and for a moment, she didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It wasn't until Yang Kai gently laid her down on the bed that Ji Yaro almost cried out, her beautiful eyes trembling as she looked at him and whispered, Brother. Her hands were placed in front of her, one hand on Yang Kai's chest, as if she wanted to resist a giant mountain falling from the sky. They've all been killed by me, now it's your turn. Yang Kai chuckled. Was this the explanation he wanted to give her? Ji Yaro wanted to cry and laugh at the same time, her mood extremely complicated. Looking at her, Yang Kai's eyes were filled with tenderness, and although his expression was firm, and his tone was firm, he didn't make the slightest move. Ji Yaro knew that as long as she showed the slightest sign of rejection, Yang Kai wouldn't continue. She asked herself, did she still want to be sneaky? Do I have to stand far away and watch other women surround and protect him, chatting and laughing? Even if she was worried, even if she missed him, did she want to find an excuse to get close? The panic in her beautiful eyes gradually dissipated, and she gently closed her eyes. Her hands wrapped around Yang Kai's waist, and a teardrop fell from the corner of her eye, but the corners of her mouth were curved in a smile. Yang Kai raised his hand, wiped away the tear, and gently kissed her hair. Her clothes were loosened, and her mind was in chaos. Unlike the previous storm, this time Yang Kai's movements were extremely gentle, like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Flowers fell one after another, and people's faces were like flowers. Yu Meng's eyes opened a slit, vaguely seeing something, but she couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep again, her mouth unconsciously muttering, evil spirit. This made Ji Yaro's body suddenly stiffen, and she violently trembled. Yang Kai's mouth hooked up, and his smile was incomparably evil, making Ji Yaro blush. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Yaro fell into a deep sleep, and when she woke up, she suddenly felt several pairs of eyes staring at her. Her chaotic consciousness slowly recovered, and when she recalled everything that had happened before, she screamed, quickly grabbed the quilt, and covered herself. She had no face to see anyone. Chapter 4174. This child pays his respects to father and mother. Yang Kai lifted his robe and knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing. Get up, quickly get up. Dong Suju hurriedly walked over and helped him up. Her eyes were slightly red as she looked up at him. She reached out and brushed the hair by his ear as she rebuked, You're all great emperors, don't be so courteous. Outsiders will laugh at you if they see you. So what if you're great emperors? Don't great emperors have parents? Fourth Master Yang snorted from the side. I gave birth to him and raised him, so what if he kneels? Suddenly, he felt a murderous aura and saw Dong Suju glaring at him while gnashing her teeth. He hurriedly picked up his teacup and took a sip, swallowing the rest of his words back into his stomach. Dong Suju glared at him again with a warning look. She turned her head and pulled Yang Kai with a smile, letting him sit with her. She looked him up and down and couldn't get enough of him. Her face was brimming with pride and happiness. This was her own son. She never would have thought that the little guy in her arms who was crying piteously for food would actually grow to this point today. For Yang Kai to have such achievements today, she was proud of him. And now, she was also a mother relying on her son. Although her cultivation wasn't very high, in the entire star boundary, who would dare to look down on her? Even those fake emperors, when they came to the High Heaven Palace as guests, would greet them many times. She was content. As a mother, she didn't ask for her child to be rich and powerful, or to be a person above others. She only asked for him to be safe and sound for a lifetime. Now that young Kai was in perfect condition, without missing an arm or a leg, she was content. She pulled young Kai and chatted with him. Most of the time, she was the one asking questions, and young Kai answered casually. She didn't ask about the situation outside because she knew that young Kai must have experienced countless dangers in the past 10 years. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to bear it if she knew too much. Now that young Kai was already one of the great emperors, his words and actions were related to the survival of millions of creatures in the entire star boundary. She couldn't casually interfere with young Kai's actions like before. That would be irresponsible to the star boundary. Fourth Master Young sat on the side. He seemed calm, but in fact, his ears were like windmills. He listened very attentively, not wanting to miss a single word. Half an hour later, young Kai suddenly raised his head and asked, "Father, are you injured?" When he came in just now, he noticed that his father's aura was very stable most of the time, but there were occasional moments when it flowed more rapidly. Obviously, he had some sort of hidden injury. If it weren't for the fact that young Kai was now one of the great emperors and had extraordinary eyesight, any other fake emperor wouldn't have noticed it. Fourth Master Young was stunned for a moment before waving his hand and saying, "It's nothing, don't worry." Young Kai frowned and asked, "How long has it been?" Before Fourth Master Young could speak, Dong Suju said, "It's been more than 30 years. More than 30 years. This happened after the Great War of the Two Realms, when he went into seclusion to refine the power of the wood element. After the Great War of the Two Realms, young Kai went into seclusion to refine the essence of the immortal tree. It took him a full 50 years before he left the star boundary. But when he left, he didn't inform anyone and left quietly. "Let me take a look." Saying so, he got up and walked over to Fourth Master Young, reaching out his hand and placing it on his wrist. Fourth Master Young opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just let him do as he pleased. Young Kai's divine sense surged, and after a moment of investigation, he frowned slightly. Is this a hidden injury from breaking through to the Emperor realm? Fourth Master Young and Dong Suju didn't have high cultivations now, only first-order Emperor realm. After all, their aptitudes weren't very good, and it was thanks to the great support of the High Heaven Palace that they were able to achieve what they had today. The hidden injury in his father's body wasn't serious, but it couldn't be underestimated. If it was left alone, it would definitely be troublesome when he broke through in the future. This injury seems to be caused by an unstable foundation. "Father, why are you cultivating so hard?" Young Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This injury wasn't caused by external forces, but by Fourth Master Young himself. His cultivation was too unrestrained, and his body couldn't bear it. Fourth Master Young snorted, "You're now one of the great emperors. As your father, I don't expect to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, but I can't let you lose face, right?" Young Kai was speechless. "Can it be cured?" Dong Suju asked nervously. The couple didn't mention anything about Fourth Master Young. After all, after the War of the Two Worlds, the entire star boundary was in a terrible situation, and they didn't want to take up too much of the High Heaven Palace's resources. "It's a small problem. I'll ask Ning Chang to refine a few spirit pills for you to take every day. Every 5 days, I'll help you clear your meridians, and you'll be as good as new in less than a month." If it was before, he might not have any good ideas, but now, with his ability, treating this kind of injury was naturally a piece of cake. "That's good." Dong Suju breathed a sigh of relief, and even Fourth Master Young, who had been keeping a straight face, revealed an expression of relief. Young Kai said, "But father, you can't be so hardworking in your cultivation in the future. You've taught me before that there's a limit to everything. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. When we go outside of Qian Kuan realm, there are better resources there, and I guarantee that both of you will be able to steadily increase your cultivation." The couple looked at each other, and Dong Suju stammered, I was just about to talk to you about this. Outside of Chen Kuan realm, your father and I don't plan to go there for the time being. Why is that? Yang Kai was stunned. Dong Suju smiled. This place is pretty good, and if both of you leave, someone will have to stay behind to look after the house, right? Your father and I will stay behind to look after the house for you. If you don't like it outside, you can come back at any time, and we'll have a place to stay. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. I don't need you two to look after the house. Without waiting for him to finish, Fourth Master Yang raised his hand and said, we know that you are filial, but your mother and I are only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, and we don't have much ambition. We just want to live a peaceful life. Even if we go outside of Chen Kuan realm with you, we won't be of much help and will only drag you down. Rather than that, it's better to stay here. I can feel that there are some subtle changes in the star boundary recently, as if it's been reborn. Boy, is this your doing? Yang Kai nodded. Although the world tree had extracted a lot of world energy from the star boundary to grow, causing the world energy in the star boundary to become much thinner, it had resolved the star boundary's difficulties, stabilized the world energy, and condensed the world principles. In the long run, it would be of great benefit to the entire star boundary. Looking at it closely, wouldn't the star boundary be reborn? Fourth Master Yang was from the Emperor realm, so it wasn't surprising that he had sensed this change. Outside of Chen Kuan realm, there are many resources that the star boundary doesn't have. Perhaps your mother and I can grow faster if we go with you, but I have a faint feeling that if we stay, we may obtain even greater benefits. Fourth Master Yang looked at him and said, so, you don't have to persuade us about this matter. Your mother and I have already discussed it. Yang Kai didn't say anything. Others might not know the mysteries behind this, but Yang Kai himself was well aware of it. His father was right. If they went outside of Chen Kuan realm, they would certainly obtain more and better resources and improve their cultivation faster, but if they stayed in the star boundary, they would also obtain benefits. Now that the star boundary was brimming with new energy and the power of the laws of heaven and earth was condensing again, the cultivator who stayed here would be growing together with the star boundary. It would be easier for them to comprehend the power of the laws and be more closely aligned with the star boundary. One day, they might be able to comprehend great mysteries from the star boundary. This was something that no resources could compare to. In short, leaving the star boundary had its advantages, but staying here also had its advantages. The two simply couldn't be compared. If it weren't for this, he would have ordered all the cultivator above the Emperor realm to be packed up and taken away. Why would he leave some people behind? However, the third stage Emperor realm cultivators were different. They had already cultivated to the peak of the martial Dao within Chen Kuan realm, so there wasn't much point in them staying. What they needed was to comprehend their own Dao and condense their Dao seals. The new star boundary couldn't help them in this aspect, so all the cultivator above the third stage Emperor realm had to be taken away. He hadn't told anyone about this, but his father had actually comprehended it. This was most likely a kind of opportunity, so Yang Kai wouldn't force it. Moreover, since his father had comprehended it, there might be more cultivators in the Emperor realm who had comprehended it. Yang Kai nodded and said, since the two of you have already made up your mind, then I won't say anything else. But don't worry, if I have the time, I will definitely come back to visit you often. The fourth Master Yang laughed and scolded, work hard outside. The star boundary's future is on your shoulders, so don't think about such nonsense. Your mother and I are deeply in love. After you leave, who knows how happy and carefree our lives will be. Why would we need you to disturb us? Yang Kai blushed with shame. Just as they were talking, two people rushed in from outside. It was Yang Shui and Yang Xiao, the two Flowing Time Great Emperor twins. Big brother, Yang Shui said crisply. The flower hairpin on her head shone brightly. It was one of the accessories Yang Kai had bought in the Hall of Heaven and Earth. Greetings to grandfather and grandmother. Yang Xiao had a well-behaved appearance. After bowing to the fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju, he respectfully said, adoptive father. Yang Kai nodded and patted him on the shoulder. You've done well these past few years. The star boundary's natural laws were shattered, and there were natural disasters and man-made disasters. The Flowing Time Great Emperor twins had saved many people over the past few years and resisted many dangers. Yang Xiao said seriously, "Adoptive father's burden is my duty as a child." He rolled his eyes and said, "Adoptive father, outside the Hall of Heaven and Earth, is it fun? Do you want to go?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Yang Xiao nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice, his eyes shining, "Yes, yes, yes." When Yang Kai secretly left the star boundary, he wanted to go with him. In the end, he was dragged back by Yang Shui. After waiting for so long, Yang Kai finally came back. Yang Kai also said that he wanted to bring some people outside the Hall of Heaven and Earth, so how could he miss this opportunity? "Bring you there." Yang Kai stroked his chin, "It's not impossible, but the outside of the Hall of Heaven and Earth is dangerous. If you want to go, you have to have the strength to protect yourself. Let me see the results of your cultivation over the years. If I'm satisfied, then everything can be discussed. If not, then obediently stay in the star boundary for me." Yang Xiao was surprised and happy. His fighting spirit surged, "Adoptive father, please enlighten me." Chapter 4175. In the void, the Flowing Time Temple floated, and on the steps of the temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui stood solemnly. The two of them had obtained the legacy of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor and had cultivated and lived together. After many years, they had long since become one and had a tacit understanding of each other, fighting and retreating together. Yang Kai wanted to test them, so the two of them naturally had to join forces to fight. Even though the two of them had grown tremendously over the years and were now second-order Emperor Realm Masters, if they worked together to stimulate the power of the Flowing Time Temple, even an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master would not be their opponent. However, facing Yang Kai was still like a mountain. Yang Kai just stood there, not giving off the slightest aura, but it was like an insurmountable mountain in front of them. Even if they looked up, they could not see the scenery at the top of the mountain. "Little auntie, we're going to go all out." Yang Xiao's palms were full of sweat, but his eyes were burning with a burning fighting spirit, as if he wanted to burn a hole in the sky. Yang Shui nodded and took a deep breath, her amber eyes flashing with electricity. Yang Kai stood 1,000 meters away with his hands behind his back, his face calm and relaxed as he chuckled, "Don't say that I'm bullying you too. You can attack me however you want. I won't use the star boundary's world force and will only suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours. If you can meet me within 3 moves, you win." Yang Xiao was furious, "Adoptive father, you're looking down on me too much. I haven't been wasting my time all these years. I'm much stronger than I was back then. It's useless to say more. Make your move." Yang Kai hooked his finger at him. Yang Xiao gritted his teeth, and Yang Shui also said angrily, "In that case, please take our first move, big brother." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them formed hand seals together. There was no need for discussion at all, not even the slightest bit of eye contact. Their movements were so uniform that it was as if they were the same person, and there was no difference at all. Yang Kai nodded upon seeing this. After so many years of cultivating together, the two little ones were able to communicate with each other. Such a terrifying synchronization rate was something that even twins might not be able to achieve, but they were able to do it so easily. It was obvious that they had really cultivated diligently all these years. Yang Kai's hand seals changed, and he laughed, "Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle? I know this move too." Saying so, his hands also changed Time's hand seals. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was the Flowing Time Great Emperor's famous consummate skill. Yang Kai had learned it a long time ago and had even scratched the surface of time principles. After that, he had used the mysterious small world to devour various continents in the demon territory and found an ancient battlefield. That ancient battlefield was where the Flowing Time Great Emperor had fought a life-or-death battle with the Great Emperors. That ancient battlefield had many traces left behind by the battle between the two of them countless years ago. Yang Kai immersed himself in these traces and comprehended them. It was as if he had recreated the battle between the Flowing Time Great Emperor and Mo Sheng, completely comprehending the essence of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. His Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was tantamount to the Flowing Time Great Emperor's teachings. Unlike Yang Kai, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had inherited the legacy of the Flowing Time Great Emperor from the Flowing Time Temple. After so many years of painstaking cultivation, it could be said that the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor had taught them step by step. The principle of time fluctuated wildly as the two sides changed their hand seals and the power around them surged. Yang Kai's hand seals were one step behind, but he was the first to reach them. A low murmur resounded through the world. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's withering glory, shuttle dream. A palm shot out. At the same time, on the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui also shot out their palms. The power of the Flowing Time Great Emperor eroded each other, collided in mid-air, and dissipated. The time in the void seemed to have experienced thousands of years of flowing in an instant. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt an unusual fluctuation coming from the Flowing Time Temple. The originally evenly matched situation was instantly broken. The principle of time displayed by the two little guys on the opposite side suddenly froze by 30% and suppressed his Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. The Flowing Time Temple has such a magical effect. Yang Kai was surprised. The fluctuation coming from the Flowing Time Temple had the magical effect of strengthening the power of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's divine technique. Yang Xiao laughed and said, "Little aunt and I have inherited our master's legacy, and this Flowing Time Temple was our master's temporary residence. Using the divine technique of the principle of time in this temple has its own advantages. Adoptive father, are you surprised?" In a few words, Yang Kai's Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was defeated. On the contrary, although the principle of time of the two little guys was weakened, it was still fiercely attacking. This was not the end. Yang Shui shouted, "The second move." As soon as she finished speaking, a small hourglass suddenly appeared in front of her. In the hourglass, divine sand flowed and floated out. There were exactly 10,008 grains. This was the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand that the Great Emperors had spent endless effort to polish into. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand floated and wrapped into the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal, adding to each other, making the power of the two divine technique extremely terrifying. Yang Kai retreated quickly. His expression was dignified. Spring sleepy, summer tired, autumn sleepy, hibernation. Yang Xiao suddenly waved his hand lightly, and an invisible force gushed out from his palm and wrapped in the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand. He looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Adoptive father, you are sleepy. Take a good rest." The three moves combined into one, and the power increased again. Yang Kai's vision was filled with the 10,008 grains of divine sand. Before the attack arrived, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fatigue, and even his eyelids became heavy. Divine soul attack. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and smacked his lips. Interesting. If it was an ordinary divine soul attack, he might not have taken it seriously, but this divine soul attack driven by the principles of time seemed simple, but it could give people the illusion that they had experienced the endless Flowing Time Great Emperor in an instant. In this endless Flowing Time Great Emperor, endless exhaustion would accumulate, and no one would be able to withstand it. Yang Kai's figure suddenly stopped, and he no longer retreated. The 10,008 grains of divine sand swept over. Yang Xiao's face was overflowing with excitement, and Yang Shui also gently clenched her fists. The divine sand was about to envelop Yang Kai. Once that happened, he would not be able to escape. Yang Kai slightly raised a finger and pointed in front of himself. In an instant, so close, yet so far. The smile on Yang Xiao's face stiffened, and Yang Shui also showed a look of surprise. Because in their perception, Yang Kai was only a few thousand feet away from them, but it also felt like they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, and the distance between them was extremely far. The 10,008 grains of divine sand that were about to rush over also froze in mid-air. Yang Kai wasn't frozen in place, but was instead moving forward at a slow speed, as slow as a turtle crawling. Obviously, he was so close yet so far away. That small distance had been extended infinitely by Yang Kai's movement. This was the mystery of the so close, yet so far divine technique. We lost. Yang Xiao gnashed his teeth. Ha! Yang Shui sighed slightly, and the seal on her hand dissipated. Restricted by Yang Kai's space divine technique, she could not even take back the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand, dispersing the divine technique. The 10,008 grains of divine sand swept back, and the two-time divine technique hidden in the divine sand also collapsed. The flowing time Great Emperor, Master, was a peerless genius. With his foundation, he already had the ability to jump out of the shackles of heaven and earth, but in order to destroy Mo Sheng's conspiracy, he did not hesitate to risk his life and become the demon race's territory, fighting with Mo Sheng to the death. In the end, although he died, he also brought new hope to Star Boundary. It can be said that the flowing time Great Emperor, Master, contributed greatly to Star Boundary's success today. Otherwise, Star Boundary would have long become the second demon race's territory. Yang Kai sighed. Although the flowing time Great Emperor, Master, died, he also left behind his legacy. The two of you are lucky enough to inherit his legacy, so you should also inherit his will. If Star Boundary is in trouble in the future, even if you have to give up your lives, you must protect the peace of Star Boundary. This way, you will not disappoint the sacrifice of your predecessors. We will follow adoptive father's teachings. Yang Xiao quickly adjusted his expression. Prepare yourselves. In 2 months, follow me outside of heaven and earth. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he left in a flash. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were left looking at each other. After a while, Yang Xiao scratched his head and said, "Little auntie, I don't know if I heard wrong, but adoptive father just told us to follow him outside of heaven and earth." Yang Shui pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Isn't this exactly what you want?" Yang Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he put his hands on his hips and laughed. "I knew adoptive father would take me away. Outside of heaven and earth, this young master is coming." He had a temperament that did not like to be quiet, and now that his wish was fulfilled, he was naturally overjoyed. When Yang Kai returned to Ling Xiao Peak, the girls had already gotten up. Ji Yarrow stood there with a red face, and she was somewhat at a loss. When she saw Yang Kai, she looked at him with some resentment. Shua Shua Shua, the others looked at him with piercing eyes, especially Yu Meng. Her gaze was as if she wanted to eat someone. Shan Qing Luo even gritted her teeth and sneered. Yang Kai touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "Have you all rested well?" Ji Yarrow's face was already red, and when she heard this sentence, her face became even redder, and smoke was about to come out of her head. Yu Meng said indifferently, "So what if you have rested well? So what if you haven't rested well?" Yang Kai laughed awkwardly. Yu Meng stepped forward and pinched the flesh on his waist. She gritted her teeth and said, "What are you laughing at? Now that things have come to this, you have to come up with a plan." Yang Kai's expression did not change, and he said suspiciously, "Plan? What plan?" Yu Meng was furious. She looked at Ji Yarrow, who had her head lowered, and said, "Don't you need to give her an explanation? Isn't this too much?" Yang Kai was speechless. Yu Meng was furious. Is this considered an explanation? What about Bingyun? How are you going to explain this? Yang Kai blinked, thinking that there was no need to explain anything. But after thinking about it, he really had to talk to her. After all, Bingyun was Ji Yarrow's honored master. It would be unjustifiable if he did not explain. If he really went to Ice Heart Valley to talk to Bingyun about this, he thought that Bingyun would be happy to see it happen. After all, she should have been aware of it and would not obstruct him. It was just that he was too embarrassed to show up. He looked at Yu Meng for help. Yu Meng coldly snorted, "Why didn't you think about it when you were acting like a beast? Now you feel guilty?" She glared at him hatefully. "Okay, I will go to Ice Heart Valley tomorrow and talk to Bingyun." He turned his head and looked to the side. "Su Yang, you go with her." Su Yang nodded, "Okay." Ji Yarrow was Bingyun's third disciple, and Su Yang was Bingyun's youngest disciple. She was Ji Yarrow's senior sister, so it would be easy for her to talk to her. Kai Yang felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Chapter 4176. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The square of Ice Snow City was packed with people. There were at least 600,000 cultivators gathered here. Although there were many of them, they were arranged in neat rows, forming huge square formations. No one was making a ruckus. The 600,000 cultivators stood there quietly like a well-trained army. However, everyone's eyes were shining with excitement and anticipation. Zi Xiao was a young man in one of the formations. Compared to when he first came to Ice Snow City 2 months ago, the young man's appearance had not changed much, but he had grown a lot. His cultivation in the Tao of Arrays had improved by leaps and bounds. Xiao Wu quietly sent a message, "No wonder people say that we can't cultivate behind closed doors. In the past 2 months, I've been competing with many fellow cultivators and my attainments in the Tao of Arrays have improved greatly. It seems that I'll have to communicate with others more often in the future." Zi Xiao was also filled with emotion. Yes, in the origin returning realm, there are many people whose attainments in the Tao of Arrays are higher than ours. It's really amazing. Xiao Wu chuckled meaningfully, but we still got what we wanted. Now, we can follow the Void Master to the outer world. I wonder what it's like outside the outer world. In the past 2 months, Ice Snow City was in full swing. There were all kinds of competitions and tests. The 2 young men passed all the tests. Although there were times when they failed, they did indeed show great talent in the Tao of Arrays. Now, their cultivation was not high, and their knowledge in the Tao of Arrays was relatively shallow. However, their growth was obvious to all. The Southern Gate Army made the decision to let these 2 young men pass. After 3 months of screening, 500,000 people were selected from tens of millions of people. This was an extremely huge project. For this, the entire High Heaven Palace was put into operation. Not only the High Heaven Palace, but also the Northern Territory's Iceheart Valley, Fire Dragon Palace, and Mitien Pavilion invested an incalculable amount of manpower and material resources. Even the great sects in the Eastern Territory, Southern Territory, and Western Territory contributed. This was how Yang Kai was able to select the number of people required in such a short period of time. In the end, the final result was not 500,000, but 600,000. It did not matter if there were more people since the Void was in dire need of manpower anyway. These 600,000 people might not be the strongest in the astral boundary, but they were the current and future elites of the various territories and territories of the astral boundary. Their existence was bound to give the Void Zone an extremely vigorous development and a vast future. Palace Master, everything is ready. On the other side of the square, Hua Qing Sai looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai nodded. Start the array. Upon receiving the order, Hua Qing Sai took out a compass and sent out a message. In the next moment, the Southern Gate Army on the square immediately summoned a disc array and poured their Emperor Qi into it. Rumbling sounds came from the ground, as if thunder was rolling. Above the entire square, bright lines flickered, wrapping around the 600,000 people. Everyone had already been instructed to relax their minds and not put up any resistance. The light grew brighter and brighter, and when it reached a certain level, it burst out with a bang. When the light dissipated, the 600,000 people gathered on the square disappeared, all taken into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the sealed world bead back from the void. He then reached out to grab the Southern Gate Army and put them into the sealed world bead as well. Only then did he look at Hua Qing Sai and said, I'll leave everything in the astral boundary to Grand Chief. He originally wanted to take Hua Qing Sai with him. After all, she had been managing the High Heaven Palace for so many years. If she was taken to the Void Zone, she could continue to display her talents and save Yang Kai a lot of effort. However, Hua Qing Sai did not agree. There were still tens of thousands of disciples in the High Heaven Palace. If she, the Grand Chief, left, the High Heaven Palace would be leaderless. She insisted on staying, so Yang Kai could only let her do as she wished. Fortunately, Bian Yuqing, the second chief, followed him. With her presiding over the situation in the Void Zone, it was the same. Hua Qing Sai said seriously, Rest assured, Palace Master. This mistress will take good care of the High Heaven Palace and the Star Boundary. Yang Kai smiled and said, Don't delay your own cultivation. Let's meet again outside the universe. Although he took many people with him, He also left behind a lot of cultivation resources. The cultivation resources obtained outside the universe were not suitable for the cultivator in the star boundary. However, the star boundary itself had many resources that had not been discovered. During the 2 months of selecting the cultivator, young Kai did not stay idle. He searched around and found all the cultivation resources available in the star boundary. With the help of these resources, coupled with the world tree stabilizing the star boundary and repairing the world principles of the star boundary, he believed that in the near future, masters in the star boundary would definitely spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain. The entire star boundary was the rear base of the void zone. It could continuously send talents to the void zone. The only drawback was that the distance between each other was a little far. I will not disappoint, Palace Master. Let's go. Yang Kai took a step forward and was already in mid-air. Below, Hua Qing Sai bowed gracefully. Farewell, Palace Master. In Ice Snow City, countless people shouted in unison, Farewell, Void Master. Yang Kai looked back, waved his hand gently, and took another step forward, his figure disappearing from sight. This time, when he left the star boundary, he took not only the 600,000 elites selected from the various territories but also many emperors. In the Northern Territory, needless to say, the masters of the High Heaven Palace were Yu Meng, Su Yang, Xia Ningchang, Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo, Xiao Xiao, Liu Yang, Chengqi, Gui Zhu, Kai Yu, Ari Oyu, Bian Yuqing, and others. All of them were emperors. There were also Iceheart Valley's Bing Yun, Ji Yaro, and Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiu, Fire Dragon Palace's Li Jiao, Mi Qi of Mi Tian Pavilion, Serene Soul Palace in the Eastern Territory, Star Soul Palace, Azure Sun Temple, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land in the Southern Territory were all masters. If he really brought the demon race to the void, who knew what kind of disputes would arise? However, he could take Chang Tian and Bei Li Mo with him. One of them was a demon saint, while the other had the bloodline of the dragon race. With the cultivation of a demon saint, if they wanted to advance further, they could only jump out of the shackles of the universe. The new demon territory was located in the same large territory as the star boundary. Back then, in order to prevent the two worlds from having any contact, Yang Kai deliberately chose a relatively distant location when he separated the two worlds. However, from what he could see now, the distance between these two worlds was not too far. A few days later, Yang Kai flew over a piece of the void and looked around. Suddenly, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. If he remembered correctly, this was the place where he separated the demon territory, but today, he did not see any trace of the demon territory. This made him a little puzzled, wondering if he had remembered the wrong location. Although the demon territory he separated from the demon territory had turned into a rolling shape, it was still a universe world after all, so there was no reason for it to move so easily. Did something happen? Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling. He immersed himself in his divine sense and carefully sensed. The embodiment sat in the demon territory and had an inseparable connection with him. As long as the distance was not too far, he could naturally sense it. After a while, Yang Kai looked up in a certain direction and sped off. Chapter 4177. A few days later, the trio had crossed hundreds of millions of kilometers and Yang Kai sensed that they were getting closer and closer to the demon territory. Lu Shui suddenly exclaimed, "Master, there's a situation up ahead." Her cultivation was much higher than Yang Kai's, so whether it was in terms of eyesight or perception, she was naturally better than Yang Kai, so she was able to discover some things ahead of time. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai turned and asked. "There's a ship chasing her. Is that a universe world?" Lu Shui's tone was a little uncertain. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he asked, "What kind of universe world?" Lu Shui said with a strange expression, "It looks like a big fish with a round and rolling belly." "Strange, why can this universe world move? It seems to have its own sentience." Yang Kai's face sank. A universe world that looked like a big fish with a round and rolling belly. If it wasn't the new demon territory, what could it be? When Yang Kai separated the demon territory, the new demon territory turned into a rolling territory. Because the rolling was created by the embodiment using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle law, the demon territory retained its rolling shape. It was also for this reason that the embodiment had to stay behind to take charge. It could be said that the relationship between the embodiment and the demon territory was similar to the relationship between Yang Kai's main body and the small sealed world. It was not easy to move a universe world, but this new demon territory was different. With the embodiment presiding over the overall situation, the rolling universe world could move as it pleased. But, where did that ship come from? Can you investigate the specific situation of that ship? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Lu Shui slowly shook her head. It's too far, I can only get a general idea. This couldn't be helped. She could only discover the ship from this position, and if she wanted to pry into its specific information, she would need to get closer. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai summoned the shadowless muslin, wrapped the three of them, and quietly approached. Although the demon territory was moving, its speed was not very fast, and the ship following behind was not too fast, neither too slow nor too fast, so in less than a day, the three of them were already close to 1,000 kilometers away. In order to avoid exposing his whereabouts, Yang Kai didn't dare to get too close. Although the shadowless veil was quite good, it still had its limits. Before he could confirm whether or not there was a medium-grade heaven splitter on this ship, it was best to be careful. The distance of 1,000 miles was not close, but the view in the void was wide, so the situation in front of them could be seen very clearly. Lu Shui observed for a while and said seriously, "Master, I'm afraid there's at least one mid-rank heaven splitter on that ship." "How so?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Shui said, "This ship is not ordinary. Even if a low-grade splitter can drive it, it can't be used for a long period of time. Only a mid-grade splitter can handle it with such ease." Yang Kai's heart sank. This ship was chasing after the demon territory, so it clearly didn't have good intentions. And now, there was at least one mid-rank heaven splitter on the ship. If it was below the 5th rank, then it would be fine. Lu Shui was also at the 5th rank, so she should be able to handle it, but what if it was a 6th rank? If that was really the case, then even if Black River was summoned, he wouldn't be the ship's match. He didn't even understand why this ship was chasing after the demon territory. Just as he was puzzled, the rolling ship's huge body suddenly shook, and a crack appeared on its back. From that crack, a blood-soaked figure rushed out, and behind him was the phantom of a miniature universe world. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became gloomy. This person was shockingly a heaven splitter. Although from the miniature universe world's phantom, it was only a low-grade heaven splitter, there was definitely no such person in the demon territory. In that case, was that ship attacking the demon territory? But now, the demon territory's barrier had been torn apart, and that low-grade heaven splitter had escaped. Demonic Qi. Lu Shui's expression froze as she saw the demonic Qi lingering around the blood-soaked figure. Could it be someone from the Great Devil Heavens? Yang Kai was startled. The Great Devil Heavens was one of the 36 paradise, and Mo Sheng was most likely from there. If the person on this ship was really someone from the Great Devil Heavens, then this matter would be troublesome. While speaking, the blood-soaked figure had already rushed back into the ship. In the next moment, two more figures rushed out from the ship and rushed into the demon territory's barrier that had been torn apart, disappearing from sight. So that's how it is. Lu Shui suddenly revealed a look of understanding and whispered, "Master, they should be trying to devour the world principles and world force of that miniature universe world to strengthen their own miniature universe world." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Lu Shui explained, "Master is currently only an Emperor Realm Master, so there are some things you might not know. After we cultivate to the Heaven Splitter realm, if we want to become stronger, the only way is to continuously raise our own grade, but how difficult is that to do? It often takes hundreds, thousands of years, or even longer to accumulate. Take this mistress for example. I broke through to the 4th stage more than 600 years ago and have been refining Heaven Splitter pills all this time, but until recently, there were no signs of me breaking through. According to my estimate, it will take at least 100 years before I can break through to the 5th stage. So long. Although he had long known that it was not easy to break through to the Heaven Splitter realm, the time it took to do so was a bit too long. Lu Shue's aptitude should be quite good, otherwise, she would not have been able to break through to the fourth stage. If even she was like this, the others would not be much worse off. Lu Shue continued, of course, in addition to this, there are many other ways to strengthen one's miniature universe world. 4 heaven splitters, the deeper the foundation of their miniature universe world, the more power they can display. Yang Kai lightly nodded. This was not difficult to understand. Heaven splitters used world force, and the foundation of world force lay in the miniature universe world within their bodies. The deeper the foundation of their miniature universe world was, the more power they could display. As such, after a cultivator breaks through to the heaven splitter realm, what they need to do the most is to constantly increase the foundation of their miniature universe world. Taking heaven splitter pills is the most common method, and although it is slow, it is very gentle. In addition, there is a more extreme method, devouring the world principles and world force of that miniature universe world for their own use. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, like what we are seeing now? That's right. Lu Shue nodded. However, this method has a very large drawback, because the world principles of every miniature universe world are slightly different. If you rashly devour and refine them, it is extremely likely that it will cause varying degrees of impact on your miniature universe world. If the impact isn't too great, it won't matter, but if the impact is too great, it might even cause the cultivator's strength to decrease instead of increase. As such, very few people use this method to strengthen their foundation, because the risk is too great. Very few doesn't mean there isn't any. What Master said is that if you can find a miniature universe world that is perfectly compatible with your foundation, then you won't have to worry about the consequences of devouring it. For example, when Master breaks through to the heaven splitter realm in the future, the most suitable place for you to devour is the miniature universe world you came from, because all your foundations are laid in that miniature universe world and are perfectly compatible with the world principles. Of course, if Master really does this, then the world principles of your miniature universe world will be broken, and the more you devour, the more unstable that miniature universe world will become. Over the years, it will become a land of death. Yang Kai was shocked. Has anyone done this before? Lu Shue nodded solemnly, yes. In ancient times, this sort of thing happened quite often, but it's much rarer nowadays. The reason for this is that as long as you aren't crazy, you won't do this sort of thing. After all, even if you devour the world principles of your miniature universe world, you won't become much stronger. Secondly, every miniature universe world has its own great emperors. Although the great emperors don't have high cultivations, they have obtained the approval of the world will and are able to use the world principles. In their own miniature universe world, they are equivalent to lower rank heaven splitters, so devouring them won't be easy. Thirdly, in the current 3000 worlds, most miniature universe worlds have their own high sects and are protected by them. Rashly devouring them will only lead to chaos. Yang Kai suddenly said, then wouldn't a miniature universe world without the protection of a high sect be in trouble? The large territory where the star boundary was located was relatively remote, and there weren't any decent forces here. It could be said that it was an ungoverned area, which was exactly what some people wanted. Lu Shue gently nodded. If I'm not wrong, the world principles of that miniature universe world should be very compatible with the miniature universe world of the master of this ship, so he chased after it and constantly sent his subordinates to suppress it, wanting to take it down. Since he's a medium-rank heaven splitter, why doesn't he do it himself? Yang Kai was puzzled. In the demon territory, there were only embodiments, Chang Tian and Bei Li Mo, who were supported by the world will in the demon territory and were comparable to lower-rank heaven splitters, but in the face of a medium-rank heaven splitter, they still didn't have the power to fight back. If that ship master really wanted to take action, the demon territory wouldn't be able to resist at all. Lu Shue said, if he personally took action, there would be a great battle. At that time, the miniature universe world would be shattered and its principles would collapse, which wouldn't be good for him. At this point, Lu Shue said, Master, what does that miniature universe world have to do with you? Yang Kai had come straight to this miniature universe world. She wasn't a fool, so she could naturally see some clues. Yang Kai said, that miniature universe world is mine. Lu Shue's beautiful eyes flashed. Since that's the case, then we can't just sit back and watch. What we need to confirm the most now is how strong the master of this ship is. This was a bit difficult. Unless they took the initiative to expose their whereabouts to spy, no one knew how strong the master of this ship was. Guozian said, "Master, should we ask Black River to come over?" In the face of an unknown powerful enemy, 2 5th-rank heaven splitters were better than one. It's too late. Yang Kai shook his head. This battle had been going on for who knew how long, and the situation in the demon territory wasn't optimistic. If they called Black River over, it would take at least 10 days. "I'll go," Lu Shui volunteered. Yang Kai shook his head. "No, if that ship's master is a 6th-rank heaven splitter, you'll be like a lamb in a tiger's den. Judging from how this person acts, he should be evil and not easy to deal with." Lu Shui smiled, his now wholeheartedly focused on that miniature universe world. "Even if he's a 6th rank, he might not be willing to waste time on me. If he really wants to fight, even if I can't beat him, can't I run? Master gave me the world fruit, saving me hundreds of years of bitter cultivation, and also giving me the chance to see the splendor of a high-rank heaven splitter in my lifetime. Master, my kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Now that you're in trouble, I'll naturally do my best." Chapter 4178. Yang Kai pondered for a long time before saying, "You can go, but take this with you." While speaking, he handed Lu Shui 2 space spirit beads and told her how to use them. Lu Shui nodded and received them. With this space spirit bead in hand, even if Lu Shui encountered any danger, she would have a great chance of escaping. Of course, the premise was that she operated it properly. The space spirit bead was refined by Yang Kai and could only be used in pairs. When one space spirit bead was activated, the other could ignore space barriers and instantly cross the void. Putting away the space spirit bead, Lu Shui took the initiative to leave the shadowless veil. Although the two sides were separated by 1,000 kilometers, for a mid-rank heaven opening master, this distance was nothing at all. Therefore, the moment Lu Shui's figure appeared, a tyrannical divine sense swept over from the ship 1,000 kilometers away. Lu Shui's world force fluctuated wildly, deliberately showing off her strength to attract the attention of the ship's owner. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and quietly rushed towards the demon territory with Guozian. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the two had already arrived at the crack in the demon territory's barrier. Turning their heads, they saw Lu Shui slowly boarding the ship. Although Lu Shui was a 5th-stage heaven-opening master, she did not know the strength of the enemy, so rashly entering the ship of another person was taking a huge risk. If that person wanted to harm her, her situation would definitely be worrying. Knowing that Lu Shui's move was to create an opportunity for his whereabouts, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and plunged into the demon territory. From the outside, the entire demon territory looked like a huge monster fish, but the space inside was extremely vast. As soon as he entered, Yang Kai felt the world force violently shaking, and the entire demon territory seemed to be shaking. At the same time, an aura closely related to him was closely connected. That was the aura of the Avatar. The Dharmakaya was a clone of himself that entered the body of the stone mongoose. It could be said that the Dharmakaya was his clone. Just like how Yang Kai could sense the Dharmakaya from a certain distance, the Dharmakaya could also sense Yang Kai. Sensing that the main body had entered, the Avatar immediately sent out some information with its divine thought. Kai Yang thought for a moment and quickly understood what was going on. Ever since he had left behind a new devil territory. His Dharmakaya had entered it, and with the assistance of Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian, the entire devil territory had been developing rapidly. Originally, everything was going well. However, half a year ago, an uninvited guest suddenly came to the periphery of the demon territory. That uninvited guest was the ship that Yang Kai had seen before. After a period of spying and investigation, the ship launched an attack on the demon territory. Of course, the Dharmakaya would not sit still and wait for death. He joined forces with Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian to fight back. At the same time, he urged the rolling ship to escape. As they fought and fled, a few months passed in the blink of an eye. The true strength of the Dharmakaya, Chang Tian, and Bei Li Mo was far inferior to the Kai Tian realm. However, In the Devil territory, these three were equivalent to the status of the great emperors in the Star World. They had the geographical advantage and could mobilize the world's power in the Devil territory. They could display the strength of the lower Kai Tian realm. It was by relying on the foundation of the Devil territory that the Dharmakaya and the others could deal with the enemy for such a long time. However, the enemy was also very difficult to deal with. There were too many of them. Although they had injured many of them, they could not kill any of them. On the contrary, the enemy executed the tactic of taking turns very well. When someone was injured, they immediately retreated and their companions came to take over. Yang Kai had seen the lower Kai Tian realm escape while covered in blood. This was the situation. After all, the strength of the Dharmakaya and the others was too low. If the lower Kai Tian realm wanted to escape, they could not stop them. In the Devil territory, there were 3 demon saint-level fighting forces. Therefore, the enemy always maintained 5 lower Kai Tian realm experts, showing a comprehensive suppression of them. Today, the Dharmakaya could still fight. After all, he had the body of the stone mongoose and did not know exhaustion. However, whether it was Chang Tian or Bei Li Mo, their mental strength was greatly exhausted and they were already at the end of their rope. If Yang Kai did not come, the Devil territory would be captured in less than a month at most. At that time, they would be fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. It only took a moment for Yang Kai to receive this information. After understanding the current situation of the demon domain, Yang Kai grinned. He put away the shadowless veil and revealed himself with Guo Ziyan. At the same time, he waved his hand and a figure appeared in front of him. It was Yu Meng. When Yu Meng appeared, she was still a little confused. She did not know why Yang Kai released her so quickly. However, she soon realized that this was the Devil territory. She was also a demon saint born in the Devil territory. She was recognized by the will of heaven and earth and had a close connection with heaven and earth. As if she had noticed something wrong, Yu Meng frowned. Yang Kai briefly explained the current situation in the Devil territory. Yu Meng's beautiful eyes were full of killing intent as she listened. Yang Kai comforted her a little and quietly communicated with the Dharmakaya for a while. He told Yu Meng and Guo Ziyan the plan. Both of them nodded seriously. The next moment, an invisible force wrapped the 3 of them. When the law of space fluctuated, the 3 of them suddenly disappeared. At the same time, in a battlefield hundreds of thousands of miles away, the Dharmakaya, Bei Li Mo, and Chang Tian were separated by 5 lower grade splitters. They were fighting desperately. The Dharmakaya was the current master of the Devil territory. He had cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor of Wukong. He was not a flesh and blood body, so he did not know pain or fatigue. Therefore, he was the strongest among the 3. At this moment, 2 lower grade splitters were attacking him from left and right. The Dharmakaya roared and repeatedly urged the world force. It was difficult to tell who would win. Every time he fought with the 2 lower grade splitters, he was fighting with his life, which made his 2 opponents frightened. On the other side, Bei Li Mo was entangled by a thin woman and could not get away at all. The woman also had the cultivation of lower grade splitters. Even if she was fighting alone, she had the advantage. After all, Bei Li Mo had been fighting with the enemy for several months. She was almost exhausted. At this moment, her face was extremely pale, her body was stained with blood, and her hair was disheveled. She looked like a ghost. However, her opponent only entangled her, like a cat playing with a mouse, and consumed her strength. Compared to Bei Li Mo's situation, Chang Tian's situation was extremely dangerous. Just like the embodiment, his opponents were 2 lower grade sky splitters. These 2 lower grade sky splitters didn't make a move, but once they made a move, it would be fatal. Chang Tian had already revealed his true form. He was a huge demonic dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The dragon's eyes, which were bigger than a house, were bloodshot. Its sharp claws had been broken, and countless dragon scales had been knocked away. The pitch-black dragon blood was constantly dripping down. It was as heavy as 1,000 catties, smashing huge craters on the ground. The 3 demon saint-level forces were separated. The enemy's intention was very obvious. It was nothing more than to divide and destroy them. First, kill Chang Tian. After killing him, the two lower-grade splitters would be able to support the other side of the battlefield. At that time, whether it was the Dharmakaya or Bai Li Mo, it would be difficult to resist. Chang Tian also knew that he was the key to the victory of this battle, so he also risked his life and madly burned his essence blood. The world lost its color, and the mighty force of the world collided endlessly. The surroundings of the battlefield were full of void cracks. With the battlefield as the center, the laws of heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were shattered and withered. However, even if he did his best, he still could not see any hope of victory. Chang Tian's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and his strength was almost drying up. He did not have much lifespan left. Back then, before the demon territory was devoured, Yang Kai was stranded on the 100-spirit continent. He had taken a fancy to him and wanted to cultivate Yang Kai to be his successor. If his lifespan was not at its end, how could Chang Tian have such thoughts? He could persist until now because he was burning his life force. After this battle, whether he won or lost, he would not live for long. His mind was in a trance, and a flaw appeared in his defense. The two lower-grade splitters fighting with him had extremely sharp eyesight. Naturally, they would not miss such a good opportunity. One of them wiped his long sword with his finger, and man and sword became one. They turned into a stream of light and slashed directly at Chang Tian's chest. The sword light flashed and disappeared. Dragon scales flew, dragon blood splashed, and the long sword pierced through his chest. Chang Tian's eyes suddenly widened, and the flesh on his chest wriggled crazily, finally stopping the long sword before it pierced through his heart. The pain made him roar angrily. He raised his dragon claw and was about to claw at his chest. At this moment, the other lower-grade splitter shouted in a low voice. The long halberd in his hand danced, and he raised it high to block the huge dragon claw. The scene froze at this moment. Two people and one dragon wrestled fiercely. Chang Tian's dragon beard fluttered in the wind, and the dragon roared continuously. The fierce wind urged the world force of the demon territory. The two lower-grade splitters also knew that it was a critical moment, and they used their strength without reservation. The dragon claw that was blocked could not move, but the long sword locked in his flesh stabbed towards his heart inch by inch. Every time the long sword moved an inch, it made a creaking sound, which was extremely ear-piercing. Suddenly, Chang Tian's dragon eyes widened, and he looked behind the enemy in shock, as if he had seen an extremely inconceivable scene. His eyes, which were originally filled with despair, suddenly blossomed with an astonishing brilliance. At the same time, the two lower-grade splitters who were in a deadlock with Chang Tian felt their blood run cold, and a chill rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. When the lower-grade splitter holding the long sword hurriedly turned his head, he saw a tall and sturdy figure appear behind him at an unknown time, holding a large axe and grinning sinisterly, chopping down with the axe. This person turned pale with fright. The power of this axe was extremely fierce. Inferring from the aura of the world force, the one who attacked him was surprisingly a third-grade splitter, and he himself was only a third-grade splitter. Where did this guy come from? The aura of death enveloped him, and at the critical moment of life and death, he hurriedly pulled out his sword, but the long sword was imprisoned by Chang Tian's flesh, so how could he pull it back in such a short time? Helplessly, he could only abandon his sword and quickly form a seal with both hands, raising his hands high. The phantom of the universe world behind him flashed, and the world force fluctuated. With a loud bang, the large axe chopped down. The man's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt his Tao seal and the small universe in his body shake endlessly, and the blood in his chest roiled, making him feel nauseous. If it were under normal circumstances, he would not be so weak. After all, he was also a third-grade splitter, comparable to Guizian in strength, but under a sneak attack, how could he display his full strength? Hastily responding, not being chopped to death was already a decent response. A huge force came from the front, and he was involuntarily forced back, fiercely slamming into Chang Tian's body before bouncing back. His figure was like a fallen leaf in a storm, withering with the wind. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.